look swell. Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Bookman, a practicing left-hand path occultist and psycho-spiritual consultant. But who knows what those mean, right? Poppycock. You're just some guy. Alright, cool. No, it's fine. And I actually don't mind. Hey, whatever. Anyways, welcome to the show. Today, I'm excited about the topic. Well, I'm not so much excited about the topic as I am the subject matter, I guess. Bit of a subtle difference. Society EJ, it's good to see you on the show. Welcome to the show, sir. 111 user, yo, what's going on? And Amar, good to see you guys, man. Welcome to the show. To be completely honest, guys, today's show is not only kind of, specifically for people in the guild, even though anyone can certainly watch it, and I would hope so. But it's also kind of for me, too, because this is exciting for me. More than, no, not more than the psycho-spiritual consultant or occultist. I'm specifically a metaphysician. I know a lot of people say metaphysics, it's the new popular thing to say. But I actually study this shit. Not in an academic sense, because whole other discussion. But I'm actually enthusiastic about metaphysics. Metaphysics is a branch of philosophy. It's not spooky pseudoscience, which is kind of what most people do. But anyways, hey man, yeah, I got the beard on deck. Thank you, Amar. I think it looks like shit, but I'll take that compliment. So today, guys, I want to talk about a philosopher who doesn't get as much attention as some of the mainstream ones do that you guys might know. Like if I said Carl Jung, all right, most people, I know Carl Jung. Well, you probably heard of him, okay? But he doesn't get as much attention as Carl Jung. And we'll talk about that a little bit here. But I want to talk about, I really do want to talk about imagination, okay? I don't know how much I want to preface, so this is what I'll do. Last thing, next week's vacation week after that, the doors are opened up. All right, that'll be welcome week. And the doors of the guild will be open for a week. Get set up. The guild is a 3-month long course. Practical magic. Make this a lifestyle. And look, this ain't about deep breathing, just meditating and some back oil with your DNA spinning. It's so stupid. Anyways, guys, let's get into the show. Smooth. Make sure you go to coldcornerstore.com in the next week. Go ahead and sign up. Trust me, I'm not going to shut up about it. Kez Spell, good to see you in the chat. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I have my setup here a little bit different. You may not be able to tell that much, but I can tell a lot. So, yeah, I feel a bit awkward. All right, so the guy we're talking about today, his name is Henri Corbin. I tried to say it French. Henry Corbin, if you speak in English, okay? Um, yeah, man, not a lot of prefacing I really want to do. I'd rather let the people I'm going to have speak about it, let them speak about it, to be completely honest. But, last thing, want some information about the guild? Links in the description. Takes you right here. You can get all the details you want. Even ask a dumb question. And trust me, you wouldn't be the only person to ever ask a dumb question. And these questions don't be dumb. Anyways, let me get into the show today, guys. Let me, here, I'll pull this up right here. How's it look for y'all? Looks okay for y'all. Feel you? Or it's like, look, I have feelings too. I don't get this. See? I was about to go in a whole direction with my feelings, but I didn't. Look, that's why I always say I have no feelings. Anyways, let's get into this, guys. Let's get into this because I will do me all fucking day. I'm trying to change this up a little bit. By that I mean my setup. Excuse me. Also, if you're not familiar with how I'm going to do this, I'm going to show you what I show you. I'm going to stop when I want to stop. We'll talk about it. Damn, I gotta. I'll do that after the show. I'll put the links to the original content in the video. That way, which I highly do suggest, go ahead and taking a look at the people who make the original content. Because I don't want to just react to this. No. Like, I put this stuff here for a reason. And I actually want to talk about it. So I want to use them to help me point to some of the things because I don't want it to, not only do I not want it to come off a certain way, it's not the case that I'm the only person saying this stuff. Like, I'm just saying it to make my point. Like, you could listen to the points made by other people who would look at the same information. Because when it comes to the spiritual stuff, man, out here today, anybody can say whatever the fuck they want to because everyone's just above debating somehow, which is fucking strange, right? It's not strange. I'm being a dick. It allows them to protect themselves from having to be critical about what they're saying or to have any type of scrutiny. Because look, somebody posts some shit and you say, check fire facts. They happy, right? Like, oh, thanks, man. Say, hey, man, it smells like bullshit. Hey, bro, get out of here. You low vibration. Why you trying to stop me? Okay, yeah, right. Akeem Lamidi. I don't know if I said that right. I tried though. Good morning. Welcome to the show. All right, let's go. So, imaginal versus imaginary. When it comes to the idea of imagination, culturally, we have a particular way of conceptualizing the idea, right? And now, generally speaking, people are going to conceptualize the idea of imagination as something that comes from my brain, right? And these are the people who haven't done the research. Still probably you. But part of it's deeply cultural, okay? The idea, the dichotomy or the duality between objective and subjective, all right? But when I'm saying imaginal, I'm not saying imaginary, which is why I put the verses right there. Can you see my hand? You can't see my hand when I do that. Here, you can see my hand when I do that. This is why I put the verses right there because I'm not saying the same thing, okay? So, where do spiritual experiences occur? Yeah, this first video, man, I really did enjoy it. I can only really use the beginning because otherwise I would have had to stop and have you listen to the rest of the video where he's going through a particular recital. But I do think it's worth the watch after you watch my video. All right, good, Akeem. Glad I said it right because I'm a piece of shit. All right, let's go.
The French philosopher and scholar of Sufism and Islamic thought, Henry Corbin, will be our guide in attempting an answer to this question. For Corbin himself was guided by Sufi mystics and sages whose life and work provide a rich phenomenological framework for situating experiences of this type.
Now, for those of you who do not know what phenomenology is, I think it's interesting that if you ask Jung, he would consider phenomenology an empirical study. Empirical meaning you're taking first-hand experience of something, the apparent experience of something. One of those people who says, "I don't believe it unless I can touch it, smell it, taste it, hear it, see it, or measure it." That's empiricism. Okay, but when it comes to what we now call psychology, Jung was one of the first people in the field, because psychology is not very old. Jung was one of the first people in the field to consider the lived experience of the person to be empirical information. Just like I said, culturally, the lived experience of a person is considered wholly subjective. All right, where everything else is you can measure, taste, touch, smell is considered objective. That there it is, that duality I was talking about. Culturally, the metaphysics of the West, Europe in general, anywhere Europe is colonized, duality. Okay, and there's a history about that. We've talked about Galileo, Rene Descartes, Europe's history, socio-political history with the church, and how that's affected thought. But anyways, phenomenology is the study of structures of consciousness as experienced from the first-person point of view. As far as being a metaphysician and a psycho-spiritual consultant, I'm a bit of a phenomenologist myself. So, like I said, it's kind of for me. I love phenomenology. I love the some of the different people who have talked about phenomenology. So yeah, we're talking about Henry Corbin, French philosopher. You guys know I have my feelings about Europe's view of the rest of the world, but it's what we get. Thank you, Massa. I can do a whole thing with that. Anyways, yeah, he's a phenomenologist. Studied. He's French. He's not German like you're usually gonna get, but potato. Yeah, he studied Sufi mysticism, Zoroastrianism, and of course Christianity coming out of the West. But here, let's go ahead, guys. All right, because he's the one who really coins this term imaginal. So I want to explore this a little bit, okay, or at least let you know who we're talking about first and foremost.
For Corbin, we start with a bare fact, our presence within the world, the constellating factor that brings the world into being. The cardinal points of our geographical maps, north, east, south, and west, are basic expressions that this mode of presence provides. They are, quote, a system of a priori spatial evidences without which there would be neither geographical nor anthropological orientation.
Now, I already know, because I'm kind of getting used to see guys, okay? You don't know what he just said. So, the title of this little part of the section is called The Cosmic North, okay? The Cosmic North. And it basically, because when we're talking about the cosmos, generally today in Western thought, when we talk the cosmos, you're basically talking astrophysics, but he's not talking about astrophysics, okay? Now, this idea of the cardinal points as a map, okay, think about it like this, okay? Let's say you got a flat plane, north, south, east, and west. The north and south axis are going to be talking about where you are in time, okay? The anthropological side, All right, so if you're 500 BC, you're a little further south, or maybe you're 2077, right? That's going to be further north. All right, so along that north and south is where you fall in the story of time, and then along the east and west is where you fall geographically in the moment of now. Okay, so somebody who's maybe at the equator, northern Russia, Southern Australia, okay? That east and west is talking about your geographical location and now, in the present, whereas that north and south is talking about your anthropological location, as in time, okay? But for the astute student, that plane, where you are geographically and where you are anthropologically, is very limited to space-time. Okay, so just to give you a beginning, because we haven't pointed to the cosmic north yet. I'm not suggesting that he's saying that the future, which you would see as north, is the cosmic north. No, 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 no. Let's continue, okay? Remember, north and south on this part, north and south, where you are anthropologically. Okay, let me do it. Let me do it. Because I don't know how many times you just sat there and listened to me say anthropology and you don't know what anthropology is. Here, let's just wiki it real quick, okay? Anthropology is a scientific study of humanity concerned with human behavior, human biology, culture, society, and linguistics in both the present and past, including archaic humans, okay? So, where you are in the line of anthropological time, the past to the future, okay? That's north and south, east and west, where you are geographically on the planet, all right? So please, keep this in mind. Because you have the power to just pause the video if you don't know what a word means. It's okay. Everybody has to learn things.
The horizontal dimension fails to acknowledge, however, that it depends on an even more basic and fundamental mode of orientation in a vertical dimension that extends not from north to south, nor from east to west, but from above to below, from earth to heaven. And this vertical dimension is really, quote, a single point, the point of orientation, the heavenly north, the pole star. It is the vertical dimension extending from below to above that completes and fulfills the horizontal extension to the four cardinal points. The vertical axis upon which the horizontal depends is associated with the far north, not the north situated on our geographical maps, but rather with the cosmic north of the mystic Orient. It is this mode of presence in the vertical dimension of being that, according to Corban, characterizes the mode of being of the Sufi, but also through his person, the mode of being of the entire spiritual family to which Sufism, and especially Iranian Sufism, belongs. A mode of being that I think Corban would be inclined to say is also characteristic of the esoteric traditions in the West that stem from the ancient archaic traditions into the esoteric currents of Hermeticism, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, alchemy, and the like.
Gerald Sunbright, good to see you in the show. You see you in the chat, sir. Welcome to the show. Welcome. Good to see you. And remember, guys, you can always watch this again. Like I said, I'm going to leave the original content, the links to those in the chat later today. You can pause, rewind. All right. So I do apologize if I'm going a little quickly. I'm trying not to, which is part of why I stop and whatnot. Anyways, here, let me write that down. Mode of being. All right, because if you missed some of this, which you probably did, what we're talking about here, what Corban is pointing to is, where he's making emphasis, is on a mode of being. Quite regularly, I'll talk to you about it, and I'll talk to you about it here again. What is spirituality for? All right, and when most people are asking that, deeply cultural, they're in a mode of having. And so the question sort of points to, well, what is spirituality going to get me? What do I get if I do this? If I go through the motions that you're telling me to go through, which is why I usually don't tell you to go through motions. If I go through the motions that you're telling me, I breathe deep, I tumble and rumble my Kundalini DNA, right? If I go through the motions that you tell me to go through, what will I have? Superpowers? No, no, no. Look, spirituality is about being. See, culturally, we've become so deeply ingrained in the having mode that we've completely lost sense or context of the being mode. Corban is pointing to the being mode, and he's not the only person that pointed to this. Okay, once again, we'll talk about it as we continue. But Hermeticism, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, alchemy, and the like. All right. The Western esoteric schools are rooted in these. There are some of you who have begun to research spirituality and have fallen on these places, and you kind of treat it like, well, now I found the secret knowledge. Now I found what they were trying to hide from me. It's not really hidden, guys. I know that's a large motivating factor for a lot of people. They're interested in this because on a certain level, they believe that this has been hidden from them. And just like a child, they only want to know the things that they're not allowed to know. So this is public knowledge. It's not hidden. But if you're doing things from the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, Hermetic, right? Your lower banishing ritual. If you're in the Goetia, all right, with King Solomon. If you're talking about the astral realm, which comes from a model of reality from like the Theosophical Society. All of these are derivatives of these primary places where the Western esoteric tradition begins. All right, now it's always fun to say esoteric means hidden. Because you look a little cool when you tell somebody who doesn't know that, because now it looks like you're in the know. That's cool, that's fine. Brush your shoulder off, kiddo. Esoteric means for a select few, for only the inner circle. Okay, so you're always free to read this information, but unless, of course, you've been initiated in any of it, it's not really esoteric for you. Okay, but anyways, the mode of being is the important part here, okay? The mode of being is the important part. So I would highly suggest that you guys check out not only these ideas, but how they've affected the things that you call spiritual today. How they've affected the things you're calling spiritual today, especially in the Western tradition. It's heavily associated with the ceremonial aspect of ceremonial magic. In fact, most magic is translated into some form of ceremony. Not to say that's bad, but a lot of your thinking about that comes from places, well, not even places like this, but the derivatives of places like this. And so it's not necessarily getting back to how they used to do it anciently, Anyways, I'm being a piece of shit, but I can't help it, guys. Anyways, all right. So when it comes to Corban, okay, he's looking at I guess what you would call the source material for some of these things, okay? Because this stuff didn't really hit the West, until the Renaissance, okay. And this is why it's important to know history. Anyways. All right, let's continue, guys. Let's continue, okay? Remember, the mode of being. Because when he's talking about the cosmic north, and I'm going to go off again. When he's talking about the cosmic north, okay, I showed you the north, south, east, and west. He's not talking about the north in that respect. He's more so talking about the above and below that afford or facilitate that north, south, east, and west. If the north, south, east, and west is the horizontal plane, then that above and below is the vertical plane, which allows for the existence of that horizontal plane. Okay. If you've never watched a movie called Flatland, I would highly suggest it. Of course, I highly suggest things all the time. Harris, fuck you. Who are you? You're just some guy. No, I get it. You're completely right. Here, let's look at this. Because I'm nice, I'm kind, and I'm going to do this how I want to do it. For those who are in the guild, in the study material section, because I make all this available, please come on, take one season, take everything I got, run away, say, haha, Aries, I've got all your source material. Not really, kiddo, but you can try. Because I'm so much better at this. I'm sorry, just don't be mean to him. All right, in the movie Flatland, because I have a few clips from that movie. It's an excellent movie to start talking about dimension, because dimensions aren't places. It's a discussion of your scope and extent of perception. Dimensions aren't places. It's a discussion of your scope and extent of your perception. Here, let me give you an example. You can watch this. It's a little clip. I'm going to throw you out here. I'm going to throw it out here. Actually, do I want to do this? I want to do this because I have to make it as plain as possible because people love things that are obvious. Anyways, a little bit of showing you the difference between that horizontal plane, north, south, east, and west, and that above and below. Okay, so just a little bit here. Watch this real quick. Watch this real quick. Aries, I've seen it before. Okay, why don't you watch it again? Okay.
Dad?
What is it, Hex?
If 3 to the second power is 9, what is 3 to the third
Son,
power?
this isn't a good time for a math
In
lesson.
math class, I asked what 3 to the third power means in geometry, and my teacher threatened me with detention.
Well, she should have. Geometry and the world have only 2 dimensions.
But why?
It's the way of the world. Last
What
night,
is a
for instance,
square moving somehow
I had
parallel
a
to
dream.
itself? What would it make? Like, it must make something else.
It would make a wonderful brain ache. Now go play with your brothers.
But they're all...
Pentagons. Yes, they're pentagons. And you are a hexagon. If you're too good to play with them, then go study in your room and stop talking nonsense!
I can't do anything right!
The boy must be going mad.
He isn't mad! How can you say that? He's just a little confused!
3 to the third power has an obvious meaning.
Oh! Oh! What is that? A point?
No, a line.
It's a demon!
It's a circle!
I'm no demon. You were right the third time. In a sense, I am a circle. A circle more perfect than any seen in Flatland.
Sir, forgive us, but how did you change your circumference? No circle I've heard of can do that. And how did you get in here?
By in here, do you mean Flatland?
Flatland? I must feel you. You have no angles, not a one. Are you a perfect circle?
Yes.
Two eyes! Disgusting! I'm going to
calm
vomit.
down, you silly little square. I am a more perfect being than you.
How can
I am a circle made up of circles. I am perfection. I am a sphere. CEO of Messiah.
What? Where did you come from?
From space.
Aren't you already in space?
What do you know of space?
Space is length and width.
No, there's a third dimension of length, width, and height.
Please, your circular lordship. What direction is this third dimension?
Up, down.
North and south?
Nothing of the kind. A direction in which you cannot look, because you have no eye in your side.
I have an eye. It's on my northwest side.
In order to see in space, you need an eye, not on your outside, but on your inside, looking up
And I am
or
my
down.
Please, sir, this is New Year's Eve. There were horrible riots yesterday. My only brother may be dead. I have family obligations. Really, this is just no time for jokes.
I didn't come to joke. I'm from the land of 3 dimensions, 3D. I looked down and saw the plane on which you live. I can see into your churches, your ministries, your banks, your houses, even your insides and stomachs. Everything open and exposed to my view. I saw your 5 sons fighting each other with rubber swords, and your other son, the hexagonal one, was sulking off in his room. Likes to color himself. How do you think I knew that?
We have a name for people like you.
Yes?
Perverts. There are laws, sir. There
I
are
am
laws.
what I say I am.
You must have drilled through the walls. Holes.
Holes? What holes? I tell you, I came from
Or you
three-dimensional
could have
space.
filled them back in.
Difficult little creature.
I'm not
Holes?
difficult. I'm a lawyer.
Let's start over. When you see your wife, what do you see? I mean, in geometry.
If you think I'll say a one-dimensional line, you're wrong. Every educated person knows that women are really very thin rectangles, possessing complete two-dimensionality, length, and width.
No. You also see her height. If her line were just width and length, it wouldn't occupy space. It would be invisible.
What? When we see a line, we see length and width and brightness. Is brightness a dimension?
Height is a dimension, like length, only a different direction. In your world, height is just very, very small.
Point out this direction, otherwise leave me alone.
Listen, to you, Flatland is your whole world. To me, it's a flat plane on top of which you move around. You call me a circle. No, I'm an infinite number of circles. A sphere, a solid. When I enter your world, you see a circle. For instance, last night I saw your dream about Lineland.
What?
As clear as a movie on your brain.
Movie?
Never mind. Look, the king of Lineland saw you not as a square, but a point. It's the same for me in Flatland. You're seeing only a slice of me. Watch. I'm going to rise up and down in space. Watch. See? Up, down. Up, down. And now I'm going to rise out of your world altogether.
Where did you go? Where are you?
Here.
Am I still dreaming?
Convinced?
No, it's a chromatist trick.
Idiot. It's no trick. I thought I was
Or
dealing
you're
with
a
an
spy
adult.
from the Northern Kingdom. I know it.
Politics? I hate politics. Can't you understand anything? Look, if a point moves north and leaves a luminous wake, what name would you give that wake?
A straight line.
And how many points would it have?
2.
Now, let's move that line parallel to itself, a distance equal to its length. What would you call its wake?
A square.
And how many sides does a square have? How many angles, points?
4 sides, 4 angles, 4 points.
Now imagine a square moving parallel to itself. Upward.
What do you mean? Northward?
Upward. Pass every point in a square up so that no point passes through any position previously occupied. Each point draws a new line on its own.
You're hurting my brain.
Look, we began with a single point. One point produces a line with 2 points. One line produces a square with 4 points. 1, 2, 4. What's next?
8?
Yes, it produces something which you do not know the name for, but what we call a cube with 8 points.
This cube has sides?
Yes! But what you call sides, we call faces of a solid in a 3D world.
Well, how many
A
sides?
point has 0 sides. A line has 2 sides. A square has 4 sides. 0, 2, 4. Get it? And now the next number would be...
6?
Yes! You see it now, don't you?
You're a monster! You devil! You die! You die!
What is wrong with your species?
Dad?
For those of you who've never seen this movie at all, I highly suggest Flatland, okay? But, relax, you good. Good to see you in the chat. Welcome to the show. Well, if you just joined, hey, you have the power to rewind. So rewind. Make sure you get the context, all right? Especially if, you've never seen Flatland and you don't know what I was just talking about. But to throw some context on here, Maestro, good to see you in the chat. Spell said that scene is like questioning your parents if God is real, right? And usually they're just awful at handling the question because they never considered it themselves. But you're hurting my brain, right? Side EJs, that's how y'all feel when I start talking about. Just stop. It's too much thinking. It's too much thinking. Anyway, Keeping this in mind, okay? Because where do we start? Talking about the cosmic north, right? The cosmic north would be up for this guy. For the little square, it would be up. But shouldn't we be watching it live? What difference does that make? You don't need to watch it live. I mean, unless you have a particular specific question, I guess. You don't need to watch it live. I mean, you need to have the context. But, you're free to do as you please. You're always free to do as you like. You're just never free from the consequences of those choices. Anyways, context. Because what we're talking about here, okay, is the concept of the cosmic north. The direction of the work. See, when you hear people say go within, it's a directive towards a direction. Go within is a directive towards a direction. Now, what is that direction? It allows me to ask you questions. Yeah, feel free to ask questions. Take your time. Make sure you get the context. All right? Go within, because you'll hear that a lot. And for people who don't understand what that means, they'll think, well, that must mean go within the body. And so cell biology with DNA and mitochondria, melanin, spooky back oil, because it's in the back oil. And when they say go within, it was really within the body because that's what they mean. Just think about A squared. Remember that cosmic, that horizontal plane. Position on the planet of your body. Position in time and space or history, anthropological orientation. That's the north and south. The east and west is the position on the planet or in space. But there's a different direction. That cosmic north would be above and below. Just like the square is having a difficult time with it. Because to him, there's length and width. What do you mean height? Right? For most people, it's forward and backward in time and, directions in space. What do you mean this cosmic north? Where do you go? Is it some direction in space? Because inside your body's another direction in space. And so we're not talking about cranial nerves. Activating your anus and getting some spooky oil in your back. I did my sexual energy, but stop. Just don't. Okay? It's not what we're talking about. This is a completely different direction than the spatial directions you know. In fact, this direction facilitates this horizontal idea of forward and backward in time or particular location within space. Just like the sphere can rise in and out of his entire world. He can see the inside of the square as plain as day, just like you can as the viewer. What I'm suggesting is that your three-dimensional conception of reality is even less than this flat plane. It's more like a line land. And there's another clip about line land, okay? Anyways, I highly suggest watching all the Flatland, okay? Because dimension is not about place. Like, look, the square and the cube, the square and the sphere were in the same place. But only one of them had enough scope and extent on their perception to see beyond Flatland. The conversation of dimension is not a conversation about some new place. They're in the same place, but a different perspective on dimension. There's even a little clip where the square goes down to line land. He goes down to a reality that's within his physical body. Right? You see the square has all those little squigglies in there. He goes into the brain part and has a conversation with those elements. All right, where in line land, all there is forward and backward. And he's looking down at them like, haha, don't you understand? North, south, east, and west. You think there's only forward and backward. You don't even really know. And then he get hit with the same thing and can't handle it. Because the sphere comes down and tells him, look, bro, you talking north, south, east, and west, but you don't even get above and below. So when we're talking cosmic north, we're talking above and below. Now, it's easy to conceptualize that on a flat two-dimensional plane. What I am suggesting, and I'm not the only one who's ever suggested this, that the the three-dimensional experience that you're having is a flat plane. I'm not saying the planet is flat. Please don't go there. Please don't go there. Oh my God. I'm not saying the planet is flat. I'm saying all of space-time is flat. Hell, all of time-space is flat too. That's a whole different conversation. Not really, but I'm not going to go there. All of space-time is flat. And from outside of it, everything in it is plane. Just as plain as you looking into Flatland. You can see everything in him. All the little shit in there. You can see everything in his world, plainly. From that above and below. I'm saying, 3 dimensions, although experienced three-dimensionally, is flat. You can experience a video game world three-dimensionally. Isn't that TV screen flat? You can experience a cartoon. You know, if you ask the characters in the show, well, do you live in a world of 3 dimensions? Of course I do. Watch me walk over here and then walk over here. But you know, it's flat. It's literally 2 dimensions. They experience it as 3. They perceive it as 3. It's flat. That whole video game world can fit on a disc. So when we're talking dimension, it's not about place. It's about scope and extent of perception. Corban is suggesting possibly a larger medium for perception that's beyond the horizontal plane that we know of as space and time, as opposed to time and space, which is, once again, like I said, another conversation. But I love that conversation. Actually, like I said, metaphysician. Let's continue. Rocky, good to see you in the chat. Welcome to the show. No, not that part. Here, we'll do this. Boom. Here we go. All right. So, let's continue, guys.
To the mystic light of the cosmic north, the mundus imaginalis or imaginal world, the alam al-mithal, an ontologically distinct realm in which the visionary episodes of the mystic's journey unfold.
And I hate how short this is. Like, in between places I need to stop. But these motherfuckers will say the thing, and I know you didn't hear it, so I have to stop and highlight things. I know I do. This is why I'm going to put the link to the original thing, so you can sit there and watch the whole thing, miss shit, not get it, and just go like, at the end. Whatever. Fuck me, right? An ontologically distinct realm in which the visionary episodes of the mystic's journey unfold. What is the imaginal world? The mundus imaginalis. The mundus imaginalis. What is the imaginal world? Please note, I didn't say imaginary world. Because that's part of the whole reason I'm doing the video. We're making a distinction between imaginary and imaginal. What's the difference, Aries? Well, keep watching, kiddo. God. An ontologically distinct realm. Now, where have you heard ontologically distinct? Where does anyone you know make an ontological distinction? Right? We go over this. What is reality at large? It's an ontological question. All right, look. I'm going to show you this image. I'm talking about the ontology of these systems. Ontology is the philosophical study of being. What is, what exists, what is real. What are the categories of what is real, and how do those categories interact, if they do at all? See, when Henry Corbin is talking about this, he's talking to the people of the West. Okay, he's not talking to the people from the place he came from. He's talking to the people of the West. Why? Materialism. Their ontological categories are dual. Objective, subjective. Mind and matter. Or for some of you who think you get it and don't quite get it, matter and spirit. There's more, kiddo. Fuck, I love it. But look, so this shit is basic. But I enjoy it, because most of you have heard about Carl Jung, but you haven't heard about Henry Corbin. How do I know? I didn't hear about him. Well, I've heard about him a few years ago. When I first started doing this, like when I first put this together, when I first started presenting on YouTube, when I first started learning this information and doing it for myself, I'd never heard of Henry Corbin. That's what I mean, okay? I was shown realms of thought, imagination, memories, and ideas, but didn't flesh them out. Maestro. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I had to see who said that to get what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the fleshing them out, the understanding, and we'll get into this when we get into the closer to the end of the video. Once again, I'm very excited about this. Yeah, you have to have context for these things. Like, for example, some people will do psychedelic experiences. Anything from mushrooms and a little hit of DMT to like an ayahuasca experience or like the toad venom or something, right? And they have these experiences that, you know, traditionally and culturally, if you had in a dream, for instance, we don't necessarily culturally accept dreams as real. But then you have the psychedelic experience that generally you would have put in the same category as a dream, but for some reason, it seems more real than anything you'd experience in your waking life. It seems more salient, more immersive than anything you'd experience in your physical life. And then so what people usually do afterwards is called integration, where they integrate this new experience into their worldview in their day-to-day life. Because when you don't, what happens is, as you get further away from the time you did the experience, it becomes less and less relevant to you. Why? Because it doesn't fit into your worldview. You do DMT and you see, what do people say they see on DMT? They say they see machine elves, right? You see these weird machine elves, right? Okay, I'm not going to tell you it wasn't a real experience, but what I'm going to tell you is that experience doesn't fit with the way you've been framing reality. And in that case, it needs to be integrated. See, back in the cultures where people did this as part of the culture, as part of their metaphysics, you didn't need to go through integration because their worldview already considered something like this, that experience, as something that was part of their worldview. Today, people's worldview in the West, materialism, objective, subjective. And even if you add new words to that, unless you change the underlying framing, you haven't changed your worldview. You may put a new coat of paint on that bitch, but you didn't change the underlying framing. Okay, that's why the Bookman model starts off at threefold. Because look, 1 and 2 isn't going to get you there. You need at least 3. And there's other systems that have done more than 3. I do this all the time. The Tree of Life and the Kalipov, 10 and 11. The Zodiac, 12. The Chakras, 7. Okay, the elements, 4-fold or 5-fold. These are fundamental maps. What do I mean by a fundamental map? I'm talking about a map that only talks to you about ontology and epistemology. What was there in the video, guys? An ontologically distinct realm. Now, sometimes people will talk to you about ontology, but they don't really know what it is. How do you know that? Because they don't talk to you about epistemology. Because you can't tell me about an ontological reality unless you can also tell me about the epistemic access. Epistemology. I'm saying it like that so you can kind of hear how the word breaks down. Epistemology is how it's usually said. Epistemology. It's the philosophical study of knowledge. So they ask questions like, what is knowledge? What does it mean to know? How do you know? Can you know? What can be known? These are questions of epistemology. All right? So you have to have epistemology and ontology go hand in hand. They're inextricably connected. So sometimes people will tell you, ontology, yeah, it sounds really good, right? You need epistemology to go hand in hand with it. Otherwise, you're not really saying it. I know Trav does. Hey, man, look. That's one of a few. There's other people who do it too. They just talk about ontology and they don't talk to you about epistemology or the necessary relationship between the two. Amar, a separate reality. Oh, he said from Trav. Look, both of y'all said from Trav. Yeah. Look, Trav ain't the only person I've seen just say ontology and not go through the whole gambit. Because look, if we're talking metaphysics, it's a branch of philosophy. Ontology, epistemology, cosmology. Oh, is that three different pieces or branches of philosophy make up the branch of metaphysics? Look at this. First question, ontological. Second question, epistemological. Third question, cosmological. See, it's not that you need new words. You need a new underlying frame. You can't just pick up the lower banishing ritual without taking on their worldview. You can't just pick up an ancient tradition without taking on their worldview. Why? Because the tradition, the methods that they give you, are supposed to fit to that worldview. Period. People aren't making new worldviews anymore because the Western mind thinks, well, once I can explain it in terms of the physical world and particles, then I know it, because these people in the past didn't know what we know. I'd say they knew more than we do. But it's not because it's not plain. It's the lens motherfuckers is using to perceive not only themselves, but the world. The lens they are using to perceive not only themselves, but the world. Not only themselves, but the world. I'm repeating it because it's going to be relevant later in the video. So, Korban. And this is what we talk about in the guild. Because if you're going to make this part of your day-to-day life, you have to affect your world view. And just learning new words doesn't do that. Just learning new words doesn't do that. So what worldview should we be using? Anything but materialism. Anything but materialism, first and foremost. Second, whatever worldview you use goes hand in hand with the methods that you use. If you're talking about Kundalini, you need the worldview that those people had. If you don't have that worldview, the methods don't fit. Period. See, most people think chakras are something that's in the body. Wrong. This is a fundamental map. It's a map of all of reality. You can divide, based on their worldview, you can divide anything into a sevenfold pattern. See, people are trying to self-initiate these days. They don't know how initiation works. They don't know how to tell when they've got it. And they've been advised to fake it until you make it. See, the problem with that is that you never really make it. You just fake making it. We'll talk about initiation a little bit as we go along. Trust me, I'm here for it. But the worldview you have needs to fit to the methods you're trying to use. So what worldview uses materialism? What doesn't use materialism? The worldview of the West, objective, subjective, is materialism. When you look at these different metaphysical ideas and then you try and reduce them to something physical to understand, that means your worldview is materialism. Well, what the 33 of Jesus' age really means is the 33 vertebrae of the body. What did you do? Took the concept, reduce it to something physical. Well, with the 12 disciples of Jesus, what it really means is the 12 cranial nerves of the brain. What did you do? Reduce it to something physical. Well, the sevenfold pattern of the spinning wheels of the chakra are really talking about the glands of the body. What did you do? Reduce it to something physical. So the Eastern worldview doesn't use materialism? No, it didn't start. Look, once again, to the degree to which some of the people are colonized, I actually talked to somebody in India for a little while about this. To the degree to which they're colonized and have adopted the Western Europe, the European worldview, then yeah, they've abandoned their gods and accepted the colonizers' worldview. And that's how colonization works. You get rid of your shit, take our shit. So when you make the premises of your thinking the cause of what is physical, you've missed it. You've missed it. An ontologically distinct realm. Ontologically distinct realm. If you make these metaphysical concepts metaphors for the physical realm, you missed it. Because the only ontologically distinct realm you're pointing to is the physical world. Yeah. Yep. But I thought you just said the Kundalini, which I think is from the East, is considered materialism. No. The idea of Kundalini as something about the physical body is materialism. Look, I just showed you the picture. This is a picture of reality at large. That sevenfold pattern of the chakras, that's not something in the body. It's a map of all of reality. The root chakra is all of the physical world. It's not the body stuff. But what does it say when somebody reduces it to the body? This is your Western, this is your European view of reality. The post-Enlightenment Europe view of reality. What makes something real is that it's material. And now all this stuff is just a metaphor for what's going on in your physical body. Fuck that nasty little piece of meat, boy. It's worm food. You can have a worm in there right now. I might have one too, so I'm not just you, just wiggling around in there. So that's what I'm talking about. Placing the cause in the physical. Yes, Maestro, when you place the premises, the cause in the physical, you're moving backwards. But once again, we're going to continue in this. Like I said, I'm a metaphysician. These other motherfuckers who are teaching you aren't metaphysicians. I know people who are better at metaphysics than me, and I routinely point you to them. Doing a whole show on Henry Corbin. Talk to you guys about Bernardo Castro. Talk to you guys about John Vervaeke, who's actually more interested in the things you guys want to know than what I want to know. Don't none of these people teaching y'all spirituality know shit about metaphysics. They just know to say the word. And then say melanin. Look at that. Melanin. Reduce it to the physical world. That's like trying to explain the world you live by reducing all the concepts to something in Super Mario. That's like trying to explain the world you live in and reducing all the concepts to Monopoly. Of course, we know that's obviously no, that's wrong. Same thing goes here. And so when you're doing your lower banishing ritual, it coincides with the worldview of the order that you're talking about. All of them came with a worldview. Those two things are not they're not disconnected. They're inextricably connected. They're linked. The imaginal world, the mundus imaginalis, is an ontologically distinct realm. See, most people aren't conceptualizing reality beyond the physical world, or they do it in a dual sense. Here, let me show you. A dual sense, right? This is as far as they'll go. Hold on. Next one. This is as far as they'll go. And they'll make a duality or a dichotomy between matter and spirit. All you did was change the words. Objective and subjective. There's always been more than two. The worldviews, because it's, once again, a metaphysician. A singular worldview where there's only one thing, it's not that it's wrong, it's that it has no explanatory capacity. A dual system breaks down. It folds in on itself, like Descartes. But this is what the West is in. This is materialism. Our things are either objective or subjective. If they're objective, they're real. If they're subjective, they're just kind of metaphors for what's real or just not real. And people are trying to use that lens to understand spirituality or these other worldviews. And what I'm saying is that lens is insufficient to see what you're trying to see. You can't just change the words. Well, you can, but then you're just faking it. Once again, metaphysician. It's not true just because I'm saying it. I point to other people to let you know. But most people are just going to try to teach you this by reducing everything to the physical world. The physical world is shit. It's the residue. An ontologically distinct realm in which the visionary episodes of the mystic's journey unfolds. In which the visionary episodes of the mystic's journey unfolds. Where is spiritual experience? It's not in the material world. Just like with Flatland. Where is this other direction, O great sphere? Up. What do you mean up? What do you mean up? The cosmic north. Remember? It's not the north, south, east, and west of the four directions. That's flat. It's the above and below. As above, so below. Stop. Because I know you don't get what that means. I know everybody says it. See, I have emotions. I was about to go off. Let's continue the video, okay? Oh, let's continue the video before I get upset. Newsflash, here's the trick. I'm always upset.
I guess a good starting point will be to try to define the term that we've used in the title of this interview, the mundus imaginalis.
How Corbin defines it, at least in a few places. And this can make reference to his interpretation of Ibn Arabi, the great Islamic mystic. So Corbin puts it this way in several places. Between the world of the pure cherubic intelligences and the world of sensible experience lies the mundus imaginalis as a median and mediating reality.
It suggests that there is a real angelic world, and then there's the human world of our normal ego activity and sensory experience, and this mundus imaginalis is a realm in which the two meet each other.
That's almost right. So I just, as a matter of fact, just this morning, probably an hour and a half ago, I got something clarified. I was reading Hadi Fakhuri's master's thesis on Henri Corbin and Russian religious thought, which is a masterpiece, and it's a few years old now. And he quotes a passage in Corbin that I've quoted from and used a million times, and seeing it in the context that Hadi gave it, I read it, and I thought, I know this, and then I read it one last time, and oh, it's right there. So in that passage, which is from a super important piece that Corbin wrote towards the very end of his life called Towards a Chart of the Imaginal, he says that he says what I just said. He restates it, that between the world of the intellect, but he doesn't add the pure cherubic intelligences. He says between the world of the intellect and the sensible world of man, that's where the mundus imaginalis is. And then he says that he said another way of putting this is that between the world of the deitas absconditas, the hidden, utterly transcendent God, and the world of man, that is to say, the sensible world, that's where the mundus imaginalis is. And that's important because the way you said what I had said was to say that between the world of the angels and between the sensible world is and that's not right, because the angels are in the mundus imaginalis, and I mean, in some sense these are technical details, but they're not. Because the question of where and what constitutes the mundus imaginalis is super important if you're going to understand what he's doing. And so in this passage, in that piece, he clarifies for me that it's the mundus imaginalis is between us and the utterly transcendent God, about whom we can know nothing. And so it seems to me that in another passage where he says that it's between the intellect as the world of the pure cherubic intelligences, that's strictly speaking not right. At least he seems to contradict that here. And that's super important, because if you read the other piece and you think, well, wait, pure cherubic intelligences, those sound a lot like angels, and I thought those were in the mundus imaginalis. So I am very happy now to say that between the utterly transcendent God, about whom we can know nothing, and the sensible world, that's where the world of the imagination lies. And it is a mediating world between the transcendent God and us. That's where the angels are.
I've listened to this like 3 times. I love it every time I fucking listen to it. I'm sorry. No, Aries doesn't have feelings. Okay, whatever. Fuck. This is Tom Cheetham. I hope I said his name right. I vaguely hope I said his name right. this guy's been studying Corban for a while. You can actually look at other videos where he tells you his whole biography. And I don't vaguely, I have to go over it vaguely, otherwise, because you kind of have to know what you're talking about. I think he originally went to school for biology. No. Wrong. He originally went to school for philosophy. Didn't quite make that. Left academia for about 10 years. Then went back for biology. And eventually stumbled his way back into philosophy. But I don't think it's specifically philosophy. Like, I think there's a little bit of detail there. Like I said, he got plenty of videos. But this guy has studied Corban. In fact, Corban is one of his favorites. And so that's why he's being interviewed here. Because he's read the source material from Corban, where Corban is talking about the mundus imaginalis, the imaginal world. Now, once again, keep in mind, I'm not saying imaginary. I know when you hear a word that you don't know, you just fill it in with a word that you think you know, and it's like, it must be the same thing. No. The details make all the fucking difference. God. Anyways, with the Bookman model, when I show you the framing for the world at large, okay, I give you three distinct fundamental categories. That's all you really need to start to get into working with this stuff. But to understand what he's saying, you need a little more detail, which is why I always I'll talk to you guys about the fucking fundamental map. And the fundamental map makes things so much clearer when you can look at the fundamental map and understand what the fuck you're looking at. And I make this available to people who are in the guild as well. Actually, I have videos on the shit. It's what I spent most of the beginning of my career on YouTube talking about. It's what I consider much more pertinent than, well, what do I need to do? What is the methodology? How do I make it practical? Okay, I know that's what you're interested in. Fuck. Because even listening to him, because once again, you probably missed it, he was talking about a passage that, as someone who studied this, he's read over and over and over, presented it to other people over and over and over, and only just before this interview did he realize that he didn't understand a piece of it. And that little piece of the thing he'd been saying, yeah, I understand that, yeah, I get that, he didn't know. And it was right there. I don't know how many times I fucking talk to people. Yeah, Eris, I get the fundamentals. No, I get all that. No, you don't. I know you don't. And it's not something to be ashamed of. So you hear me say that and you think it's an insult. You're hurt. The fundamental map's got everything. But anyways, because I'm half tempted to show. Well, no, I'll do it that way. I'll show it to you on the Tree of Life and the clip off. Because what you really got to understand about the Tree of Life and the clip off is that the two are one is the extension of the other. So what is he pointing to when he says the mundus imaginalis? Okay. Because it's not like he corrected the guy he was interviewing it. It's not that this distinct realm is between the sensory world of the physical realm. And the guy doing the interview, right? He's like, this is the human realm. Like, motherfuckers are so arrogant. This is our realm. No, you're in it. Fuck you mean? It's ours. Oh. No, stop. Anyways, I'm a dick. Between the sensory world and the world of the angels. And Tom Sheehan's like, no. I get why you would say that, though. But it's the angels are part of the mundus imaginalis. They're part of the imaginal world. Okay, and I know some people just saying angels, just invoking Christianity, hurts too much, and like you can't be telling me anything. You said something about Christianity. That's too limiting. Look, most of the European philosophers, even Carl Jung, yeah, they're coming from a Christian standpoint. They're going to bring these things back to a Christian worldview. So it's not to say the Christian worldview is wrong. Because he can tell you the truth, it's better than materialism. If you're talking about doing anything spiritual, a Christian worldview is better than materialism. But look, if you don't like the word angel, you can replace it with, well, whatever your fancy new word is that you like, right? You niggas love higher self, right? That makes it all about you. It is about me, Aries. What is you? Shh, don't say that. I'm confused already. Look, hate higher self. The mundus imaginalis, he says, is all the space in between the sensory world at the bottom. Well, look at that right down there at the bottom. You see that? You see that? Physical realm, right there, right? It's the color of the root chakra. The physical world, the sensual world, the concrete world, and the highest of the high, completely abstract, transcendent realm about which you cannot know. Everything in between those is the mundus imaginalis, or the imaginal world. Now, we'll look at it on this map, okay? Let's say everything between this purple and this red is the mundus imaginalis. Yep, even Dion Fortune comes from a Christian worldview, everyone's favorite. Yeah, because he got spooky titles. He's got spooky titles, and the spooky titles must be it. Applied magic? This is the thing. Let's read the book together, guys. Let's read the book together. We study it. I'm a piece of shit. Oh, look. Well, I'm standing on P. That means the P is for piece of shit. Ooh. Continuing. So, because I want to give you an idea of what he's pointing to. He's saying the mundus imaginalis, everything between this red and this purple. All right? Because remember, I'm telling you guys, chakras are a map of all of reality, not what's in your physical body. Fuck your physical body. I'm not saying ignore it and get rid of it. You're not going to be able to. I'm saying it's not the star of the show. Y'all niggas swear you talking spirituality, but what you're really trying to do is magic tricks to control the world. Ugh. You mean I can dodge bullets, Morpheus? No, Neo. I'm telling you, when you ready, my nigga, you won't have to. Y'all motherfuckers is so worried about bending. How do I bend a spoon? How do I dodge a bullet? Think too small. You missing what the fuck is going on. Anyways, for some of you, because I don't want you, the reason I'm really doing this right here, I don't want you to think just this non-physical part is the mundus imaginalis. This lower part here of the primordial realm is also included in that. All right, I'll put this in the video because I had to make sure I leave the record of it, right? So, when we're talking about the tree of life and the Calippo, hold on, my nose is running. Let me get some tissue. Here, I'll do this. Because you know I love to do this, guys. You know I love to do this. It's my favorite thing in the fucking world. Open my folder. Because everybody swear they get it, and it made it to the upper room. But watch my shit.
And if everybody agreeing on the same thing, somebody wrong. You see? Check? Check. All right then. They play on your emotion. saying nothing well and playing on your emotion. Tell a person what they want to hear and say nothing well. You can say nothing if you can say it well. They play on your emotion. And that's the problem with our people. They have been teaching you what you wanted to hear and not what you really needed to hear because they didn't know what you really needed to hear. That's called the art of public speaking. They play on your emotion. So that's getting your emotion up to a certain level, and you thinking that's spiritual, that's emotionalism. They play on your emotion. And they'd come up and they would come into some stuff and they would be talking all this good stuff and people, yeah. But everybody's ignorant. You see what I'm saying? They play on your emotion. And if everybody agreeing on the same thing, somebody wrong. You see? Check? Yeah. All right then.
You said where and what. Me that in another passage where he says that here. I am very happy now to say that between the utterly transcendent God, about whom we can know nothing, and the sensible world, that's where the world of the imagination lies. And it is a mediating world between the transcendent God and us. That's where the angels are.
It's the space in between. And it's not just non-physical, guys. I've told you before, this duality of mind and matter, that's materialism. Look, they literally make the mind-body problem. I don't like to use the word consciousness. Motherfuckers is hype. Look, motherfuckers is hype on words. They never even looked the system up, bro. You saying ego? Where's the word come from? You don't know. You don't know. Subconscious mind. Y'all niggas don't even know where these words come from. You just say them because other niggas say it. Ethereal Progeny, good to see you in the show. Gilded Gang, ladies and gentlemen. Gilded Gang. Get in the guild, bro. Get in the guild, man. Because look, I go over all this stuff. But it's alright. Go listen to somebody who telling you they know how to get you to dodge bullets. Oh, I gotta dodge this bullet. Well, once I can bend the spoon, I'll bend all the spoons. And the niggas is really gonna know about me. They said I was demonic and I ain't like it. I'm gonna show them Christians. Okay, go ahead, bro. Look, I'm telling you, when you ready, you won't have to dodge no bullet. Bullet gonna dodge you. Fuck you talking about, boy? Bullet gonna dodge you. So look, all this space here in between would be considered the mundus imaginalis. So we're looking at it in the sevenfold manner, okay? All this stuff here in the middle. If we're looking at it in a 12-fold manner, okay? Because 12-fold would be like the zodiac. Because the last quadrant of the zodiac, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, isn't on the same level as everything else in the circle. It's actually moving up to the next rung around. No, wait, whatever. You see, motherfuckers think the zodiac has something to do with the stars. No, astrology has something to do with the stars. Astronomy has something to do with the stars. Not the zodiac. The zodiac is a map of a circle. You can put it on any circle, any cycle. There's nothing to do with the stars. There's nothing to do with the stars. Fuck. Well, then how do I use it? Stop trying to use stuff. You don't even know what it is. Whatever. Aries doesn't have feelings. Whatever. Fuck you guys. If you were talking, last thing before I start back up. If we're talking about looking at this in terms of the tree of life and the Kalipov, okay? The spiral. Yeah, the upward spiral, the forward moving spiral. I gotta show the picture. See, Castus, you done got me, and now I gotta show the picture. I gotta show the picture, because motherfuckers don't get it. I get it, Arius. I'm out here. I do the research. No, you don't. No, you don't. Y'all niggas got 6th grade reading levels, trying to read a book by a motherfucker who was a scholar. You don't understand what you're looking at, and you're in the room with all these folks. Just circle jerking, just clapping for each other. Fuck. I'm supposed to look at you, we're all equal. Nobody's better than anybody else. You just try to act smart. Get the fuck out of here. I don't have to act smart compared to motherfuckers that are dumb. Fuck you mean? I am a piece of shit. It doesn't mean I'm wrong. I'm not nice. It does not mean I'm wrong. What did I just say? Can you see it on there? Okay, let me make sure you can see it on there. The last 3 pieces of the zodiac are not on the same plane as the rest of the first 9. They are part of the upward movement to the next plane. You're looking at it, it looks like this one right here. It looks like this one right here on the left, right? Oh, it just goes back to the beginning. Yeah, it goes back to the beginning, but the beginning on another level. Like that. And see, when you stop looking at it in the flat way and start looking at it in this progressive, cyclical way, you got one more step to go. Look, you ain't hit the upper room yet. The upper room. I love that. The upper room. You just got out of the flatness. You ain't in the upper room yet, okay? Hold on, slow down. You get out the flatness, start to see that forward progression where it looks like just going in a circle is moving forward. Then you do this. Then you do this. Take it one step further. So y'all motherfuckers get into initiation, self-initiation. You start reading this stuff, don't understand it, feel like you understand it, get excited, and think you're ready to teach. And so you don't make it to this piece. You were so excited about getting out of the flatness, and you ready to go tell everybody, hey guys, look, it's not this, it's really this. Hold on, slow down. You still didn't get it yet, kiddo. Fuck. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so upset with you guys. I'm not just upset with you. I have feelings. So look, that's if you're talking about it in a 12-fold sense. The mundus imaginalis would be the first 9 pieces. Because remember, the physical world is the end result of something. It's the residue. It's the end. Okay? I'm sorry. Last one. Like I said, the tree of life. Because Cassius, you got me into that. I had to show the picture. Anyways, last one. Between the tree of life and the Qliphoth, what do you usually hear about the Qliphoth? Oh, I'm interested. You said the Qliphoth. Oh, I know that. No, you don't. What do you usually hear about the Qliphoth? That it's behind the tree of life. Right? It's the shells. The shells. On an egg, what comes first? The yolk or the shell? Shell. It's the predecessor. It gives rise to what you find on the inside. All the nice little squishy stuff, or the residue, the leftovers. That's what I'm saying. Stop getting caught up in the body stuff. What do I do with my body? Whatever. Big a day. Look, the purple part here you see. Well, I'm gonna put my mouse on it. The primordial, for all intents and purposes, this is the Qliphoth. This blue part, for all intents and purposes, this is the tree of life. All right, because look, this picture down here, this would be the tree of life, except for one thing, right? And if you're a little bit familiar with this idea, you'll know. The tree of life doesn't have a Sephiroth here. In fact, this space is left empty. It's called Da'ath. Ooh, I was about to get mad again. Now, sitting there watching these motherfuckers talk about it as if they know, and they don't check when they don't know. They just say stuff and read the book and get excited. Because this is the place in this work that people who don't do initiation all the way, who don't realize what they're looking at, will fail. And they get caught up in this me thing. You the thing. It's all you. Stop, dude. Stop. I know, but it's pissing me off. Whew. Anyways, this is, without this Sephiroth, you have 10. Okay? That's the blue part here. That red one at the bottom, there's the physical world. See, look, physical world at the bottom, all the rest there. That's what the tree of life is. The clip off, same thing. See, what the physical world is to the rest of the tree of life, the tree of life is to the clip off. And so that extends what I'm talking about the imaginal world is. See, in between the physical world and the highest part of primordial, all that in between is the mundus imaginalis, the imaginal world, the world of imagination. So it's imaginary? I didn't say that. Whatever. Fuck you, Aries. You don't have feelings. Whatever, guys. Whatever. Could this be some of our last time being on Earth? I feel like this is my last time down here, and then I'll be in the realm of bliss. I'm good. What you're invoking is a metaphysics, or a cosmology more specifically, that has reincarnation. And so, no, I gotta do it. Because I know y'all don't look it up, and I know y'all just say the stuff. And it's okay. That's what babies do. Anyways, which one do I want to use? I like this one. You very well could be. Okay? But I think if you ask anyone who has that type of a framework, they'll mostly say, yeah, I feel like I'm about done here. I'm just ready to leave. Because I want to get to a place where I don't have these difficulties. Every one of the realms has difficulties. In fact, you could leave this nice little center circle here. This is the realm of life and death, which you generally call the physical world. This is that realm here, right? Birth and rebirth. You can leave this and end up in one of the hells down here. So just because you leave the physical world and don't come back to it, don't mean it necessarily get better. And just because you get into one of the heavens, don't mean there's no problems and it's all bliss. Come on, guys. I'm telling you, look, it's okay to feel what you want to feel. I'm not telling you can't. But the devil's in the details. The details make all the difference. Damn it, man. So I'm not telling you it's not real. But please make sure you're looking at the details. Because if you don't know the details, you coming back. Because real shit, if you don't know, how you gonna know the difference between not coming back and coming back if the details don't matter? The details is what's in between those two. You gotta know the details, man. What does bliss look like? And what part of you would be experiencing that bliss? Look, there you go, Sidey Ejax. See, look in the guild, you start to get to thinking about it, right? And you can just look at the thing. The details. That's why I say, what is you? And I just told you you're not wrong for feeling how you feel, but you got to stop using your feelings to make decisions, to come to conclusions. That's what I'm talking. Just like Bobby was just saying, emotionalism. I'm not saying your feelings don't matter at all. Your feelings aren't telling you about the world. They're telling you about you. We like to think our feelings are this higher thing and they're telling us about the world. They're telling about you. And once again, what is you? What does that mean? How much of it do you understand? Dawson, good to see you in the chat, man. Welcome to the show. You missed the beginning, but hey, whatever. Make sure you get in the guild, guys. Okay? The devil's in the fucking details. The devil's in the fucking details. Because really what'll happen when you go by your feelings, ultimately what you're going to do is just look for what you want shit to be. You're not going to see the world. You're going to see what you want to be. That's going to be the lens that you're using. But could I be right? Only to the degree to which you can be wrong, dude. Right and wrong ain't what this is about. It's only going to be right based on the metaphysics you're using. If your underlying framing is still a Christian framing, ain't no reincarnation. Well, now I use this other framing. Which framing? Look, it's not about just picking and choosing what makes you feel good, what you like to be. There's a difference between what you believe and what you like to believe. There's a big difference. What you'd like to believe is your feelings. What you believe, if you don't know what it is, I guarantee you can start with your fears. Because don't nobody not believe in the shit they scared of. I have no fears. Now you're lying. And now you're lying. So you're not wrong for feeling how you feel. And of course you could be right, only to the degree to which you can be wrong. Because if you're in a space where you just can't be wrong, you've also cut yourself off from being right. The details, my nigga, the details. Because you be using a wrong metaphysics like materialism. It's not that materialism is wrong. It's facilitated us having all these different technological advances. The issue with materialism is that it's not conducive to spirituality. Why? For something to be spiritual, it has to have a reality beyond the physical. For something to be metaphysical, it's beyond the physical. From a materialist perspective, what makes something real is that it's physical. There ain't nothing else beyond that. All this stuff becomes metaphors. So you thinking right and wrong, kiddo. It's not that materialism is wrong. It don't do what y'all is trying to do with it. Melanin, back oil, DNA, magnetosphere, 0-point energy, dark energy. Niggas don't even know what the fuck that shit mean. They hear the dark and they hear dark and energy and that emotions just go. Just go. Oh. Don't be mean to them. They're children. Whatever. It still pissed me the fuck off. The framing isn't conducive for spirituality. It literally is not conducive for spirituality. It's bleach. It's like trying to grow plants with bleach. It's like trying to cultivate bacteria with bleach. Money, you can use almost anything but bleach. But trying to reduce these things to materialism is like insisting that you are going to cultivate bacteria in bleach. And bleach is made not to do that. Materialism is made not to be conducive with spirituality. Period. Material. Oh, I think you might have been asking, relax, you're good. I will catch the replay as well. Please do, Dawson. Please. And pause, rewind things when you don't quite get it. Go back, take your time. See, I'm here live. I have to be live to present it. Y'all don't have to watch this live. I say something you don't quite understand, you can pause it. Go on a whole spree of researching things. He said materialism. Maybe I'm just question your understanding of things. Maybe I don't necessarily know what that is. Let me pause this video and go look it up. Maybe spend the week digging into it, then come back and finish watching the video. You're perfectly free to do it. So why are we using materialism so much on the West and the U.S.? That's what I talk about with it's mostly about the history of Europe. It's mostly about the history of Europe, the relationship between people like Galileo, Descartes, the scientists, if you will, and the church. I've talked about this. We talk about this. This is basic metaphysics stuff. Because you're not the only one who has the question. The battle with the church. All right? Because in terms of Christian metaphysics, the idea that what the world is little pieces of specks zipping and zapping around random and that's what causes things, it's heresy. It's heresy. But there's a manner in which the physical world moves that way. And so in order for them to study just the physical world and not be burned at the stake, they had to cut the part of the metaphysics out that would be conducive to spirituality. Otherwise, the church said, hey, you're in my jurisdiction, you're getting burned. And so they've intentionally cut out that piece to stay out the jurisdiction of the church and to focus solely on what is measurable. And people still use that same metaphysics. It's the underlying metaphysics for what we know of today as the scientific method. Because it's a method. If you have a method, there's an underlying ontology and epistemology. We talk about this stuff in the guild. I talk about this stuff in the videos. It's like the 50th video. Did you see the pain? Oh, whatever. Marnie, good to see you in the chat. I don't think I've seen you before. When you imagine yourself or anything in your mind's eye, that first-person camera viewpoint, phenomenological viewpoint, gotcha, is that the primordial soul? What is it? For all intents and purposes, you can say that. You can say that. I don't think that's inaccurate. Actually, we're going to get into that in the video a little bit today. Because in the guild, we talk about this. See, right here, this is just the ontology. Oh yeah, this is a fundamental map. This isn't in there. Hold on. Because the fundamentals and the methodology are completely different. Look, there's your at-large. There's your ontology side of this thing. But your epistemology side, that's the in context, okay? That's the in context part. Yeah, y'all niggas got to learn, but you actually got to lean into learning. You got to study. You got to do the research. You don't just show up and eat. That's what niggas want to do, though. That's what niggas want to do. They want to show up and eat. Ontology, epistemology, at large, in context. So you could call it the soul, but in Western culture, that idea is a bit lost. Don't worry. Like I said, I'm going to get into it in the video today. Let's continue, guys. Unc Shield, good to see you in the chat. Welcome to the soul. The soul would cause the imaginal. I think you can make an argument for that. I think you, because look, soul is primordial kind of stuff. Okay, I would say the primordial realm itself is what's causing the imaginal. Because when you think soul, you're thinking, as you said, the soul. So you're more than likely talking about it in a sense of yourself, maybe. The soul would be a singular thing. You can call the primordial the soul, and anything in context a soul. Framework. So it depends on how you're framing that, because once again, like these words come from particular frameworks. We're going to talk about it. Oh my God. Anyway, let me continue. Piece of shit, man.
And second of all, we need to distinguish between imagination and imaginal.
Methodologically, for Corbin, he can't be in a position to tell you how to know which imaginings are true, because then he'd set up a church and he'd have a little book that would say, this is how you know. But he can't do that because he's a Gnostic. This is supposed to give us the best guidance to answering this question, which, let's clarify again, what we're trying to get a handle on in our own lives is, if Corbin were here today, what would he tell me about my own imagination and my own process and my own interaction in the world, and how do I distinguish between the fluff and nonsense and the real things, the hem of the angel? And here's where Corbin and Jung kind of come together. They both, Corbin and Jung, think that something like individuation can occur, and it requires, in Corbin's case, that you have a meeting with your heavenly twin, with your angel. And once that's happened, you can kind of taste it. And that's one of the smell and taste or metaphors that you see in Arabic a lot. It's very physical sort of mysticism. And of course, Jung has the same idea underlying his psychology, that there is something like the self, which corresponds, broadly speaking, to Corbin's angel. And if you can connect with that, I think they both sort of say, you'll know it when it happens, though Jung gives you a whole bunch of tools. And Corbin's kind of just says, run from the dark, move towards the light, and seek your heavenly twin, and that's useful. But not that much help.
Get in the guild. I gotta tell you guys. This is why I love listening to this. Like, I didn't see none of this stuff before I put the stuff together. I didn't know about Corbin. I vaguely had an understanding about Jung. But this isn't taking Jung's work, because I'm not talking about individuation. I'll point to the idea because it's part of his system, and you want to keep the context. And mostly I'll use the word shadow work because motherfuckers know the word, and they think they know the word, and so it feels familiar enough. Then hey, look, I kind of know what we're talking about, and you don't. And when I talk about exactly why, not only in the guild but in the videos, don't be so mad. This is what we talk about when we're talking about how to make this stuff practical, because that's what people are more interested in. They say, look, man, I get all those fundamentals. Like I've been listening to this for a year. I've read some books, which I was in the book study. I listened to another person read this book, and we studied the book, and I know what you're talking about. I've heard that before. Tell me what I haven't heard. Tell me what I'm supposed to do. And just like he's saying, Corbin wasn't really good for that. Jung, he was a little better for that. But one of the big reasons why you're not really going to get too much practical stuff is some of the people who are teaching you they're Gnostics. What does that mean? With the Gnostic tradition, it's very individual, meaning part of the Gnostic claim is that nobody can point to it for you. Now, in one sense, this cuts out the messiness that you get from organized religion, because you have to be organized with other humans, and humans are very human. Like I said, I'm a piece of shit, because you have to dig through me being a piece of shit to get anything from me, right? I know. But the problem with that is that you can't really tell what's what then. You gotta have to figure it out for yourself. That's what Gnosticism is deeply about. And you gotta look at the history of these things. Gnosticism was considered a heresy as well. I think Gnosticism is a bit of a parasite. It tends to say, look, whatever it is you believe, it's a lie. What's really going on is Sophia and the Archons. It just kind of takes what you believe and just latches onto it. Kind of like how Catholicism is a parasite in a different kind of way. Because they're both parasites. It's just a parasite in different ways. It's like, oh, look, that's what you believe? Well, really, what's going on over here is Jesus in it. We got the same thing. Like, you just didn't know this part. Gnosticism, walk in the room, right? Oh, that was a lie. You just didn't know this part. But people will claim to be Gnostics because they heard Panic say Gnostic. And so now they're Gnostics and they talk to you about Sophia and the Demiurge and the Archons. Ein Sof, Ein Sofer. And when you say that, now you know the secret knowledge. And it's just wrong. And it's short-sighted is what it is. But, nobody does the research. They just tell other people to do research. And they're usually talking to Christians when they say that. Because they look at Christians and they say, hey, Christian, you haven't done the research. I've done the research. I know these new words and these ideas. You must catch up to me. And look at me. I walk in the room and I look at them and I'm like, look, you ain't done the research, kiddo. What? No, not me. I know. You can't unhear me. Jeffrey Mishlove has an interesting YouTube channel. Yeah, Jeffrey Mishlove is the guy who's doing the interviewing. Yeah. It's kind of not my taste, but I have awful taste. I'm a terrible creature. I have awful taste. So yeah, I'd probably recommend his channel as well. Amara, you get the practical stuff through the participation. Yeah, that's what practical is. It's participation. So the practical is the participation. It's how you participate in all these things, okay? Which is what the guild is about. How you participate. How you make this part of your day-to-day life. It's the part I'm interested in is the fundamentals, okay? If we were talking about automotive stuff, right? I'm interested in the catalytic converter and how it connects to the transmission. I don't know if it does. I'm not good with cars. How it connects to the transmission, the radiator, the alternator, okay? That's part I'm interested in, the fundamentals. Other people are interested in, well, how do I use it to go pick up my friends so we can drive to the movies? To know that, you don't necessarily need to know how the catalytic converter works. I'm interested in the programming language and the code of the video game. Most people are interested in, well, how do I start the game, level up, and then win? And I'm good. So the big question here, though, how do you tell the difference between imaginary and imaginal? Right? How do you tell the difference? Well, Corbin will tell you, just like he was saying, look, because once again, he's a Gnostic. He can't really guide you through it too much. Head towards the light, avoid the dark. This is what we call the shadow work, guys. This is what we call the shadow work, okay? And shadow work isn't just about shadow. It's deeply about personality as well. It's an unending process. That's why I don't like the idea of individuation, because it's somewhat teleological. And it's not to say teleology is bad, but in the sense of shadow work, I think it is, because it's like saying, sorry, what is teleology? Excuse me. I'm sorry, kiddos. Teleology. I spelt this all wrong. There we go. I was typing too fast. Teleology is the study of the idea of there being a purpose or an end goal to a thing. Here, let's get something more concise than my Teleology. End, aim, or goal, explanation or reason or finality, is a branch of causality, giving the reason or an explanation for something as a function of its ends, its purpose, or its goal, as opposed to as a function of its cause. We're really talking about the ends more than the means. But when we're talking about teleology, it's like saying the purpose of this cup is for what it's going to be used for in the end. It's end function. The purpose, like if we were talking a Christian cosmology, the purpose of your spiritual work is to lead up to revelations. There's a teleology. There's a purpose. There's an end goal. There's an aim. Right? And once again, it's not to say teleology is a bad thing. But I think in the case of the idea of shadow work, it's short-sighted, and it usually, people will get so caught up in getting to the end, that they end up messing up the work. Especially in it's a cultural thing. You're quick, you want it quick, you want it quick, you want it quick, you want to hurry up. When am I done? When am I done with this? That's why I don't like the idea of individuation. Or the way people teach shadow work today is they teach it as though, and you'll hear this in how people talk about their own shadow work. Well, I've done the shadow work. And it's like, it's not that it's done. Okay, you can get good at doing it. But just like we talked about in the guild, shadow work is like wiping your ass. At first, you hadn't been doing it at all. Okay, you just kind of shit, and lucky for you, there's a diaper. Look, some babies didn't grow up with a diaper. The shit was just out there. They didn't even know something was wrong with it. Anyways, this analogy. At first, you start off, and lucky for you, there's a diaper. But eventually, you got to learn to do it. And when you first start wiping your ass, you're awful at it. You're terrible. You don't want to sit on that toilet. Only reason you really want to do it because your parents do it. You feel like you're growing up. You feel like you're a big kid now. Right? I'm one of the big people. Because I sit on the pooper. All right? You got to learn to wipe it. You got to learn. And you get a little training at first, and you need it. You're not dumb for needing assistance when you first start learning to do it. I know the little kid sitting there, no, Mommy, I can do it. I want to do it myself. I want to do it myself. And you got to help them, even though they want to do it themselves. Even once you get good at it, you have to do it for the rest of your life. And that's not a bug in the system. It's not because you're doing it wrong. It's part of the way things are. It's par for the course. You got to wipe your ass for the rest of your life. That's what shadow work is like. That's why I don't like the idea of individuation, because it implies this end goal. And people like to have an end goal, because if you don't give them an end goal, sometimes they don't know what to do. And then they don't want to admit they don't know what to do, because then they're going to feel stupid. You got to get good at wiping your ass, because for a while you weren't doing it at all. And then once you get good at it, you have to dedicate yourself to doing it properly every time. You've had those days you didn't do it right. What happens? You're itchy, and it interferes with everything else you do that day. Just because you wiped it good yesterday, don't mean you get to half wipe it today. Right? Right? Come on now. Just because you wiped it real good yesterday, you pulled out the baby wipe. Right? Pulled out the baby wipe yesterday. That mean today I can just kind of lax on it? No. You have to be that dedicated to it every day. All the time. That's more like what shadow work is. Now look, there's always a method to the madness. There's always a method to the madness. That's what I talk about. Anyways, that's the shadow work part. That's what Corbin is talking about. When he's talking about, look, all I can really tell you is run from the darkness and move towards the light. Okay? The shadow work, we're actually engaging it. Engaging that darkness. Because how you going to know it when you see it? Right? How do I know what's just imaginary and what's imaginal? How you going to know when you see it? Well, you got to get in the mud. That way you recognize mud. You got to get in that bullshit. That way you recognize bullshit. You can't just go off your feelings. I feel like I already know. Of course you do. That's what you like to think. Oh, that baby sitting there. I feel like I don't really need the toilet. The diaper was good enough. I feel like I don't need your help wiping my butt. I know how to do it already. I watched you. I seen it. I get it, mama. You need help. You can't hold on to that diaper. And you're going to have to get good at this. Well, I know you don't want to right now. But if I don't do it to you here, by the time you grow up, if you don't know it then, you're going to look back at me. Hey, Mommy, Daddy, y'all never told me how to wipe my ass. It's all right. It's all right. That's the shadow arc side. The ascension side. This is talking about that relationship he's talking about. With Korban, he's using the framing of the angelic realms. Okay? With Jung, he's talking about the self proper. Okay? And we're going to go further in this in the video. The video's not even halfway done. Okay? These are the two categories of practical in terms of this work. Okay? So just like I can teach you how to drive a car without telling you necessarily how it works, yeah, I can teach you how to do that. But this is what's going to happen. You're going to need to know how it works, what the fundamentals of it are. Soon as something don't go the way you want it to, you hear that click, 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 click. Now I got to learn how it works. You know, you driving, what the fuck is going on with the steering? Why is it? Now you need to know how it works. You crank it up. Now you need to know how it works. That's going to happen after I've taught you the practical. Here are the motions to go through. But you're going to have difficulty with them because everybody does. That's where the guides are. And these motherfuckers talking like they're doing self-initiation. I'm not telling you can't do it. Imagine having to learn how to wipe your ass on your own. Imagine even coming to the conclusion that you ever need to wipe your ass, right? What are the... You wouldn't have thought I need to wipe my ass. You had to learn this stuff. Look, go back there into Europe. They'll tell you, look, knowing to wipe your ass is cultural. Fuck, man. Oh, sorry, I missed the chat. I apologize for you guys. What's up, people? Didn't know live was today. But man, it's Monday. It's Monday. It's Monday. You can look back at the history. Hit you on a Monday, bud. Malik, good to see you in the chat, man. Sadie said, I feel sorry when my wife do my laundry. I got the stain, boy. It got that streak. Sadie EJ said, I gotta work on my shadow work, bro. Nah, it's alright, bro. That's what we here for. I moved to pull-ups. Well, look, they want the depends to come back. Nah, bro, get the depends off. Get the real draws. Get the real draws and do the work. I'm telling you, man. Why do we want things so fast? Is that from the Western world? I mean, I think part of it is cultural. But it's also the youthful type of perspective. Because look, what the child is to the adult is to the mystic or the sage. Say it again. What the child is to the adult is to the mystic or the sage. So I don't care how old the adult is. When it comes to this work, you're a child. And if you're not willing to go through the phase of being a child, you're never going to grow. If you reject the whole process of being a child, you're never going to grow. That's just par for the course. Okay, smooth. Appreciate it. Got a memo. All right, so yeah, that's just par for the fucking course. So most people don't want to have to go through that. They want to skip the hard stuff. They want to skip the middle and just get to the end. Why? Because here, I'm going to dig into it a little bit. A lot of people want change without having to change themselves. Like you look at the Christians in general, right? They want to just go to church on Sunday, and then as soon as they leave church, just not really think about it until they get back to church on Sunday the next week. Unless, of course, they want something from Jesus. Jesus, please. Jesus, please. That's about the only time they talk to Jesus, when they want something. But this is what children do. It's par for the course. And to get out of that childish mentality, you have to step to it. You got to want to change. And not just want the world to change, you have to want you to change. If I want to be a black belt, I can't just go and get the aesthetic. I have to also want to do the work it takes to do it. And if I'm not willing to do the work, I don't really want what I say I want. I might want the benefits of it. And that's what most people do. They want change without having to change. And that's not going to work in this work. I guarantee you. There are motherfuckers who will sell it to you like that because that's what you want to hear. That's the same way they got motherfuckers out there with a van, candy, and puppies looking for kids. Why? That's what kids want. And they going to get what they want from them kids, ain't they? Right? I'm not giving you the candy and puppies. I'm not giving you the emotionalism. Won't know what a scam is till you get scammed. Exactly. Unless, of course, you listen to an OG. OG will let you know. Hey, bro, you don't even want to go down there. Hey, man, y'all old folks don't know. This is a new time. I'm better than you, old man. Go out there and get your ass broke up, boy. I'm trying to tell you. Look, all I can do is tell you. From the Europeans, there's a lot of... This is why I say the history, bro. A lot of this is cultural. A lot of the way people think today, post being colonized, even the colonizers themselves, because white supremacy don't serve white people. Different conversation. But yes, okay. This is part of what the shadow work is doing, bruh. Because look, I'll hit people up immediately. Where's my thing? I'll give you the axioms. Where we at? Because all the spiritual people will say, this is what they think. I am not the body, or I'm more than the body. Well, of course. Haha, I'm spiritual. I agree with that. The physical world is holographic or illusionary. Ha! I know that. Yeah, it is. I'm telling you, bro. Reach out to folks in the guild. Ask them. Everybody says they already believe it. But when you try and look for some of that proof in the pudding, come up short, don't you? I'm telling you, you come up short. Not me, Aries. You don't know me. You can't know me. I know, baby. I know, baby. I'm a piece of shit. Traditional churches got some type of participation 7 days a week. Like 7-day Adventists. I'm assuming. Once again, I don't really know. I've heard about it. Multiple times a day too. Yeah, look, you in Islam, boy. You hit the ground on that little rug multiple times a day. You might take the rug with you just to make sure you can hit the ground right. Hey, bro, why you got a little rug? Hey, don't even worry about this, man. You worry about you. Pull that rug out. Hit him. I don't care if y'all looking. I'm telling you, man, look. Motherfuckers will talk about reincarnation, but don't live like it. Don't frame the world that way. But it's what they like to believe, them feelings. Yep, I just talked about this with my classmates Saturday night. I'm looking for change, but not willing to do the work. I'm looking for a microwave process. Exactly, that's people's problem. They looking for a microwave process for some short-sighted shit. So how do I bend the spoon real quick? Like, cause I know I can do it. I know I'm almost there. I just really need to know how to bend the spoon real quick. Oh, so tell me the 5 steps. I'm gonna do these steps. Hey man, it didn't work. Okay, I gotta do the other step too. Okay, cool. I'm bending the spoon. I can't wait to show these niggas I bent the spoon. I'm so serious, my nigga. So look, these are the things I talk about in the guild. These are the things I've been talking about for the last 50 episodes. This is what the Bookman model is about. Learning to make this stuff practical. But I guarantee you're going to need to know the fundamentals. You're going to need to know the fundamentals. You can't just go through the motions. You can't just sit back and passively listen. It's not a sermon. Fuck. How do you know what you really want to do in life as a career and is willing to be a child in it to fully learn? What the fuck is a career? That ain't got nothing to do with this. That ain't got nothing to do with this. Real shit, bro. That's not a spiritual question. I mean, you want to know what you're going to do as a career. Wait, what are you willing to do every day for the rest of your life? It's not a spiritual question. I'm so serious. Nah, most of the days of the week is fasting from meat. Has different prayers for the day, 3 prayers for the time, and hella feasts and saint days. Yeah, all those come with the tradition, man. Look, man, y'all motherfuckers ran from Christianity. Didn't even do the research. I'm so serious. Let's keep going, man. I ain't even halfway through here. Let's keep going, guys. Because I love this shit.
Use of this term in a new way. He makes the distinction between the imaginary, which is how we typically use the word, the imagination, and mental images in my head that are only subjective and have no objective reality, and the imaginal, which mediates between the abstract intelligible world and the concrete sensible world, and transjectively mediates between the subjective and the objective, and that is not done statically. All of this mediation and mutual affordance is done in an ongoing transformative transframing, and that the symbol captures all of this.
I know you didn't catch it. I know you didn't catch it. I know you didn't catch it. This is why I really like John Vervaeke. John Vervaeke knows what he's talking about. He knows how to talk. Oh, he's just trying to act smart. Like, shut up. That's what dumb people say. That's what dumb people say. They accuse other people of acting smart. Acting smart. Get the fuck. I ain't even no such thing. Because somebody who's smart can see through that. Ugh. So once again, this part of the video, we're still talking about what's the difference between imaginal and imaginary. This is John Vervaeke. He talks about meaning in life as opposed to meaning of life. Meaning of life is a metaphysical question. Meaning in life is pointing more to that, how do I make this part of my day-to-day life kind of thing. Fair game. I tell you guys, go look at John Vervaeke's Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. It's a 52 video series. 52 video series. John Vervaeke always sounds nervous. Yeah, he's covering a lot of information, and like especially in this video, right? You can tell that the way he's had to contend with this stuff, he's trying to do so many different people justice, and it's hard to. When you're explaining them, you're explaining the different perspectives. He's trying not to slip here, slip there, misrepresent this. Fail to point a thing out. He's building an argument. He's wrestling with this stuff. Oh, that's what I tell y'all, man. You gotta wrestle with it. You gotta wrestle with it, man. So look, this is what he said, and I made sure I typed it out. Cause I'm like, as I listened to it, because I've listened to this multiple times. As I listened to it, I'm like, man, there's no way they heard what he said. They heard words, and they're gonna go, oh, okay, I get that. You don't. Look, the distinction between the imaginary, which is how we typically use the word imagination, mental images in my head that are not subjective, that are only subjective and have no objective reality. When we usually say imagination or imaginary, culturally, this is what we mean. Mental images in my head that are only subjective and have no objective reality. No, look, don't try and position yourself away from what I just said. Not me, Harris, I'm different. No, you're not. This isn't about already being right. You need to be dedicated to finding where you are wrong. Shadow work. You need to be deeply interested in it. Where are you still doing this? One more time. The distinction between the imaginary, which is how we typically use the word imagination, mental images in my head that are only subjective and have no objective reality. That is what we usually mean culturally by the word imagination or imaginary. The imaginal, which mediates between the abstract intelligible world and the concrete sensible world. Remember, we talked about this between that purple and that red on the chakras, right? Stop it. Get out of your body. All of the physical world, all of space-time is the root chakra. between Malkuth and Kether. Look, all you know is up to the fucking tree of life. Anyways, stop. It mediates between the abstract intelligible world and the concrete sensible world, and transjectively mediates between the subjective and objective. See what I said before, the duality. The materialist framework only looks at objective and subjective. And real talk, because it's the mind-body problem, don't know how the two interact. That's what the word transjective is pointing to. The interaction, the dynamic between subjective and objective. Transjective is pointing to the dynamic between these two. You know what else points to that dynamic? Imaginal. No, not imaginary. Imaginal. And this is not done statically. Being still. It's not just a passive process. I'm just the observer. I'm just going to sit back and observe. No. Don't work like that. You have to participate. You've got to participate. There's a type of knowing in participation that without the participation, you will not know. You sit back and listen, just observe like it's a fucking sermon, you're going to miss it. There's an aspect of knowing in participation. All of this mediation and mutual affordance, what does it mean to afford something? Let me get a concise way of saying it. Because the way it'd come off my tongue if I said it, to afford something is to allow it. Is to allow it in a sense of sort of changing constraints. It's kind of based on, I would say it's based on constraints, but let's see. Affordance. Now, the quality or property of an object that defines its possible uses or makes clear how it can or should be used. It's based on the constraints. How it can or should be used. Possible uses. Okay? So, where were we at? The mutual affordances. Mutual, both. The mutual affordance. So what allowed between subjective and objective, and not either or, because that's what the materialist dual framework is going to do, either or, because they don't know how the two combine. The combination or the dynamic between the two is transjective, subjective, objective, transjective, subjective, objective, imaginal. All of this mediation and mutual affordance, is done in an ongoing transformative transframing. This is why he's using the word. This is why he uses the word transjective. Because what's going on here, structure, function, organization, is transformative transframing. If I take the trans part off the word, formative framing. Form. Frame. Now add the trans back on, right? Not trans as in you're going to go cut off your genitals. God. But the prefix is pointing to a concept, an idea. A moving beyond. Because when you look at the fundamental map, this is the concept you're going to get at fucking 5, which is one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites. You don't have favorites. It's too close to feelings. I know, right? I just can't have any. Fuck me, right? I know. 5. Here we go. Here we go. Transdimensional. We are moving from one plane to the next, one medium to the next, one level to the next, one frame to the next. Transframing, transformative. Form. What are the forms? That's at 4. That's why transform is going to be at 5. It's the moving away. It's the changing. If you don't know what forms are, it comes from Well, what we know of it comes from the Greeks, Plato. The concept of the forms, all right? You're gonna get this in the fourfold pattern. It's really great. It's really great. But like I said, bro, y'all niggas don't know this shit, bro. It's so the details make all the fucking difference. So all of this mediation and mutual affordance, we're talking about the imaginal, transjective. Remember, subjective, objective, transjective, subjective, objective, imaginal. The affordances, which are mutual from both sides. Oh, I have to go through. Yeah, the affordances, which are mutual, are transformative and transframing. Okay, and and all that is captured by the symbol. So the idea of a symbol captures all of this structure, function, and organization that I'm pointing to. And this is part of a metaphysics. Remember, it's ontologically distinct. It's ontologically distinct. Ontologically distinct. Ontologically, it's part of reality at large. It is not just a metaphor for the physical. And if you're thinking about it that way, imaginary, if you're thinking about it that way, you don't understand and you're going to miss it. Just like a child doesn't understand the world around them and they miss a lot. Mediates between that highest and lowest. Like you could say, that's an easy way to say it. Okay, it's what's the word? It's simple in a way that borders on being incorrect. It's almost incorrect to say it's simply the mediating space between the highest and the low. But that's a simple way to say it. Okay. It is imaginal, transjective. Sits between these concepts of objective and subjective, okay? I'm sorry, guys. I missed your chats. He reminds me of the scientist in Simpsons, but his material is good. I think he's actively wrestling. Yes, he's actively wrestling. That's what I'm saying. John V is fire. He's the truth. I guess so. Yeah. Look, he knows what he's talking about. Not just because I like him. As a matter of fact, when it actually comes, I'm not really sure because he's a cognitive scientist. I'm very suspicious of cognitive science. I've talked about that before. And he's not actually making a metaphysical claim. See, I'm interested in a metaphysical claim. He actively avoids doing that, which is what James Hillman did as well. He's kind of in the same camp as Corbin and Young, but Hillman only did it for a while. So I'm looking out to see when Vervaeke is going to surrender or concede to the necessity of a metaphysical point. See, things like this are fun for me. Well, how do I apply that, Arius? Shut up. Are meta and trans pointed to something similar? I think, a good question actually. Without a meta, there can be no trans. So, I wouldn't say they're pointing to the same thing, but meta is suggesting it, trans is presuming it. Meta suggests it, trans presumes it. So in that sense, they're pointing to the same thing, but not in the same way. That's a great. I love that question. That's a great question. Autobots roll out. Wait, what? I'm sorry. I missed without the reference. It must have been something I said. I apologize. Oh, Maestro, I was spamming the damn dictionary reading the preamble. Spamming? Oh! You were reading the preamble of the Constitution for the United States of America, and you were looking up the words as you went through. Got it. Do it. I would suggest that for most of you. It's fun. It's fun. God, I was going to go off into a whole other place. Maestro, Persians had to add Mithras as the god of contracts between spirit and matter. So it's transjective. It's mediating the two. And Corbin gets into the Zoroastrians as well. Come on, guys. There's so much here. I love it. They don't fuck with Mithras like that today, chipping away at the modern faith. Because most people's metaphysics, the metaphysics of the globally colonized world, for the most part, is that post-Enlightenment European metaphysics that's deeply materialist. See, this is the only reason I really have to mention metaphysics, is because people don't know metaphysics. They don't know the metaphysics they're using or how it's affecting them. How it's affecting your entire framing. Like you talk about a person with rose-colored glasses. Imagine if that person with rose-colored glasses never looks at the frame through which they're viewing reality. They don't realize the world's not colored rose. That's their lens. Is the imaginary the space between what a symbol or image pulls, like an idea or thought form? Not the imaginary. The imaginal. I think there's a strong case for it. Imaginary? No. That's right. I don't need to be frustrated. That's what the point of the video is. We're talking about it right now. Don't be mad. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at existence, intelligibility. Oh my God. Anyways, it was just my association when you said now add trans. Look, that's a socio-cultural type of thing, you know, because that's what's going on with the culture and society. We're looking at it through. But yeah, God, it's fun. Out about tonight. So look, and he gonna do this again. This is why I love John Vervaeke, bro. He will hit the words. I'm a wordy person. He will hit the words, and it's not just trying to sound smart. Fuck, words mean things. And if you don't have a concept of how words mean things, I'll be damned if you can do a book study. Telling people, reading a book to people. Words are in there. Let me guess, the person who wrote the book just trying to sound smart. Did you ever suggest, hey, maybe you're dumb? Look, ignorance is the precursor to knowledge. But if you never take the time to accept the fact that you're ignorant, you'll never be knowledgeable. What you'll do is act smart. And then accuse other people of acting smart. Let's continue, class. Click it.
Here's an anecdote that might help. As far as I can remember it, I should have the quote. So apparently, something like this is true. I believe that there's, and forgive me, any Islamic scholars or Muslims in the audience, forgive me for getting this wrong, but I'll get the general gist of it. I think that on one of Muhammad's mystical visions, he was given a cup of milk to drink, and he drank it. Well, there was an Islamic thinker who had a dream about a cup of milk, and he thought, "Oh, I wonder if that was real milk." When he woke up in the morning, and so he made himself vomit, and whoops, there was milk there. So he thought, aha, it was real milk that I got in my dream. And Ibn Arabi's comment is, no, that's not how you do hermeneutics. That is not the point. You don't go from the dream down into the material world. You go the other way, you knucklehead. I mean, it doesn't matter whether there was milk in your belly. It has nothing to do with it. Which is very much, I think, Ibn Arabi's approach to things like the paranormal. You know, it doesn't really matter about what you can push around with your mind down here. That's beside the point. The point is you go up. and Corbin is just soaking in that kind of transcendent dynamic. There are no British empiricists in this world. They got it completely wrong. You do not start with material sensations and abstract general ideas from them. That's entirely backwards.
There we go. Because look, generally, in the Western world, dreams aren't considered real. Why? They're subjective. They're subjective. They're imaginary. They're imaginary because everything that's imaginary is wholly subjective. That's why I answered your question that way, Dawson. What is imaginary is wholly subjective. What is imaginal is transjective. It's the dynamic or mediating factor between objective and subjective. See, the materialist world has no mediating factor. Descartes could never reconcile his metaphysics, even though we still use it today. Even though it's wonderful to make modern technological innovations. You know, you got a phone, you got the computers you're looking at. It's great for doing that. It's great for predicting the behavior of the physical world. But it does nothing in suggesting the existence of anything metaphysical. In fact, Western scientists today almost want to cut metaphysics out completely and just say, no, it's astrophysics. Because metaphysics is doing something different than what the natural scientists are doing with the scientific method. With the scientific method, they are predicting the behavior of nature. The philosophers are asking what it is. What it'll do and what it is are completely different conversations. It's the difference between how do I use the car to go to the movies and how does the catalytic converter interact with the radiator? What are the catalytic converter and radiator? Completely different conversations. But once again, most people don't even know science. They know words. Most people don't know spirituality. They know words. And these two things that they're ignorant about, they try and put them together and proclaim, ha ha, I know it. Pineal gland? It's a little piece of fucking meat with a sprinkle of calcium. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's mystifying the mundane. So don't go from the dream down to the physical, okay? Especially for the big dreams. Les Young would talk about big dreams, okay? The regular little dreams that's just like, oh, it's just nothingness. But this big dream that you have it all the time, right? This common theme. You just can't forget it. From those ones, don't go down. But that's the cultural trend. That's the materialist idea that all this spiritual stuff must be metaphor for the physical body. They've missed it. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about it. We're going to fucking talk about it. I think about, let's say in 500 years in culture, wouldn't understand the associations of Autobots roll out. And if they take that literally and run with it, it's so far off of the original meaning. Yeah, this is part of the reason why I have a tendency to speak against, teaching people systems and from some old culture or language. You need the socio-political, cultural concept of the people to understand what they're talking about. What is it? Da'af? You know the language. You don't know how that hit for those people. You can try and translate it, but without the socio-political, cultural understanding of those people and their language, the system was not made to fit you. Parushna. Ooh, I can translate that, right? Look, that's a bad bitch. 500 years from now, translate that without an understanding of the socio-political and cultural nature of the present. Well, the translation of a bad bitch. Bitch means a female dog. Bad means negative, usually associated with actions. And so the translation of bad bitch means this dog was doing something negative. I translated it. You know that's wrong. You know that's wrong. Look, skateboarder, right? Hit a double ollie triple grind. I don't know skateboarding, I'm sorry. A double ollie triple grind with a kick flip, right? I remember Tony Hawk game. With a kick flip. Hey, bro, that was sick. Translated, right? Well, bro means brother, so clearly these two were genetically related. And to say that it's sick means it's infirm, disease. So whatever happened that they were referring to was some type of sickness that the brother acknowledged. You can obviously tell, because we know our own socio-political, cultural atmosphere. We can obviously tell, hey man, that's incorrect. So what make you think your translation of da'af is accurate? Especially if you don't know the language. Because there are people who study the languages. If you don't know the socio-cultural or political atmosphere of the people who gave you the word. You don't know none of the history. You just pick up a word and start saying it like you done hit the upper room. It's wrong. It's necessarily wrong. And it's not made to fit you. And that's not just because I'm saying it. Like your opinion is wrong necessarily. There are people who study ancient Greek, ancient Sanskrit. I think it's called like Pali or something like that. Like the dude, Theoria Apophysis. He has a history of studying the ancient Greek and Sanskrit. If you don't have none of that, and you go read a book, and you got the word, and now you ready to teach, boy, y'all motherfuckers done missed it. And you missed it so bad you don't realize it. You're gonna look at me, you're just trying to act smart. No, you're dumb. Fuck you mean? But you get parita percrushni. Okay, you got some new words. Do you speak the language? No, you don't speak the language. Do you know about the culture, the socio-political culture of those people at the time when they start using that word? No. What make you think you close? Because that's what you like to think. Emotions. Fuck out of here, bro. Like a whole relevant religion out of Transformers. Hey, bro, look, real shit, go for it, man. Look, the new gods, there's plenty of room for it. Definitely, but I'm saying people don't understand that I was referencing Transformers. Look, motherfucker don't know nothing about Transformers, right? Because they ain't check the socio-political. They gonna miss it. They gonna miss it. Dude got credit carded on the rail. What? Credit card equals balls and gas. Got hit on the rails and swiped like, ouch. Yeah, but look, that's an example of what I'm saying, Dawson, but yes. So look, just learning new words don't cut it. Fuck. This is why motherfuckers today need a system made for people today. Well, here's where I'm gonna find that. The Bookman model. This is what the fuck I do. Well, all I wanna have to do, look, click the link, take it for free, watch all the videos, ask all the questions you want. You broke piece of shit. I get it, money's hard to come by. But look, you're just gonna be doing the same thing you was doing anything else. I'm telling you, ask all the questions you want to. I don't mind. I don't stop you from it. I'm not difficult to find. But this is what the guild is about. Having a system that's not only a system that's made for people today, the Bookman model is specifically designed, to be a system so that you can make a system. It's a bare bones model. It's literally a bare bones model for you to make your own system. But look, the details make all the difference. You're going to find out. There's a lot more that goes into it than just picking and choose what you like to believe, what feel good. So come on, look. I'm not stopping you. I'm not keeping you out. I got over 50 videos just talking about the model. Let's go. Let's go. Shit, nobody else do this. Gonna read you books like story time. Fuck you mean? Let's continue.
Which involves, it's a cosmological project, but by changing what Corbin would call your mode of being, you can begin to see through the darkness and you can see the beauty behind things. And that's a job you can do to yourself. This, so we're way outside a cosmology of dualism. There's no way. Anybody who wants to understand where Corbin is standing to say all these things, in order to understand him, you have to give up the dualism between matter and spirit. Because otherwise you'll never understand what he means by the mundus imaginalis as a mediating place. And so, in very good Platonic and Neoplatonic fashion, everything that's good and light and divine about the created world, which is wonderful because it was created by the good God, everything that's light and wonderful draws you back towards paradise. Yeah, all right, that'll do. So for Corbin, any real knowledge descends into us. And the metaphors that help us to grasp this heavenly origin of knowledge include the metaphor of light and the metaphor of music.
Just a second ago, he was talking about the dream. You don't take it and look down into this shit. Going the wrong way. Your ass backwards. You're mystifying the mundane. Your ass backwards. If you're stuck in the duality of objective subjective, you're gonna miss it. You're gonna miss it. It's like flatland. If the square stays stuck in his view of reality, only flatland, he's gonna miss it. He's gonna miss it. Sorry, ejects. That bro piece of shit hit a little too hard. Hey, man, look. I know what it's like to just be broke. But see, this is the thing. This is the thing about being broke. Cause motherfuckers will say that, but I know it's not an excuse. Look. American Deli hit that 25%, the 25 cent wing, right? All of a sudden, you found some money, right? Look, a 10-cent wing. Look, you might get suspicious to 10 cents. 25 cents, you might not be suspicious. 25 cent wing? Oh, yeah, bro, I got that extra little money right now. What? Look, the plug come through. Hey, man. Look, the thing I gave to last time was a live pack. You got to check the crystals on this one, bro. Look, he got a little magnifying glass just to upsell you. Yeah, man, this came from Persia. And so I got to put the extra $25 price tag on there for you, man. So you got $25. Right? Well, here's a good one, because motherfuckers said, it's just not about money. I don't even care about money. If I'm telling you, you give me this money and I can help you 10 times the money, suddenly you got enough money. See, you always got the time and money for the things you give a fuck about. The question is whether or not you give a fuck about it. And once again, look, you don't have to spend no money with me. Do what you want to. Go spend it with somebody else. I got plenty of free shit. I'll point you to motherfuckers. You ain't got to spend a dime. But if you're ready to stop playing, get in the guild. Make this shit a lifestyle. No, Aries, I meditate deep and breathe deep. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I'll tell you what it is. I'm not going to be facetious. What that is a beginner part of initiation. See, these people trying to pretend like they're doing self-initiation have no idea how the system of initiation works. And whatever they like to be the case is the case. No, Aries, what you're saying is your opinion. You're just saying that. I felt it. Okay, I felt it. Okay, cool. Look, you're always free to do what you want to do. You're never free from the consequences of your choices. The whole last episode was about self-initiation, bro. I've even done other episodes about self-initiation. So, look, this is what this is about, bro. You get in the guilds, we're talking about going through the self-initiation process. Y'all motherfuckers say you want to create your own shit. It's more than just picking and choosing. Right? What, you gonna make a Frankenstein? What, you gonna make a Frankenstein? I know. Frankenstein's monster. Frankenstein was the doctor. I know. I'm sorry. I apologize. Ryan Moore, good to see you in the chat. Welcome to the show. Money been deified as soon as cities became a thing. It's part of the whole system. Prisons without walls. Prisons motherfuckers will volunteer to go to. Oh, bro, that's a whole other conversation. Well, actually good. But how can I make my own system if there are systems already out there and that people have put in place for thousands of years? Two things. One, those old systems, they were made to fit those people in those places. And so you can go get initiated in those systems. As a matter of fact, if you're going to use the system, you're going to need to be initiated. But to really do it, you got to lean in. So if you want to be initiated into some system from India, go live there, bro. Like real shit. Study the language. Study the people. Because that's what's made to fit. That's why like the Egyptian pantheon got crocodiles and hippos. Because these niggas live with crocodiles and hippos. So you're more than welcome to. People telling you don't have to look. You don't have to be initiated to start a gang. To join a gang, you do. But if you want to start your own gang, there are components that go into starting a gang other than just, I pick a color and we're going to wear a hat like this and now we got a gang. Come on now. I don't know gang shit, but niggas who know gang shit know that ain't enough. What you going to do? Pick the handshake from the GDs, pick the color from the Bloods, and then pick the location from the Crips? Put them together and now I just made my own gang. Come on now. Niggas who know gang shit know. I don't even know gang shit and I know that's wrong. So it's just like that, bro. You can make your own gang. You can make your own system. This is what I've been talking about for months, the whole year. What goes in to a system? I will help you make your own system. Even if you don't pay, because I got all the free shit. But the details make all the difference, bro. That's always the case, and it's not just because I say it. Homie has on a Planter's peanut monocle and shit. Wait, who? Who? Just the emoji? I don't know. I must have missed it. I'm sorry. The guy who got credit carded? Oh shit. HRE was a well-made Frankenstein monster. What is HRE? I don't know what HRE is. Or maybe I do and I just don't get the reference. HRE. What is HRE? I don't know. HRE Wheels Vintage? Holy Roman Empire. Gotcha. Yeah. Look, that's what you end up making is a chimera, as a Frankenstein monster. You take the stomach of a cow, the heart of a dolphin, the brain of an eagle, right? The liver of a cat. and you just put them into the body of a monkey. Technically, you have the pieces that would go into a system. All those pieces come from a different context. They're made to fit in the context they exist in. And if you take them out, you have to understand they're not going to work the same way, if they work at all. If you want to build, because a system is as an organism. If you're going to build it, you got to do it from the ground up. You can't just grab a few pieces and feel good. Well, you can, but then you're wrong. You can have bliss in paradise. Why should we go with your consultation other than going with someone else's consultation? Bro, consultation is what I do. It's not just what I offer. You get the recordings, you get the audio recordings, and it's... So you don't want to get the bronze consult. I do it because that's what people want to do. Because that's what other people do, is a single hour, one time, and that's what people think it is. That's what other people offer. Because they offer consultations. They aren't consultants. You need the silver, or specifically the gold, because that's how it works. Multiple calls over multiple days. Why? Because you're looking to track your change. Right? You're trying to change. Main ingredient in change is time. And so with time, between multiple calls, you can track your own change. You get the recordings, so you can listen to it forever. Especially with the gold, the call is more than 1 hour. In a consultation, you end up talking about things you've never talked to anyone about. That you've never talked to anyone about. Not just your little secrets. Keep your little fucking secrets. Like ain't nobody see it. You put together ideas that you've never had to bring out of your mouth. And so the process of bringing those out of your mouth is going to take more than an hour. But go ahead. Pay for just an hour. That's why I do the gold consults. We have plenty of time. To the degree to which I can, I give you the day. I don't try and pack as many calls in as I can. Not for a gold consult member. Nah. What you need? Let go. But you ain't used to that. That's cool. Y'all used to that 1 hour, one time. Because look, bro, you talk once. What happens a week from now when something changes for you, it clicks in a way, and now you want to think about it a different way? You don't get to call again because you only got one call. That's why we do multiple calls. Whatever. Over more than 1 hour. Anyways. That's just the consultations, bro. Get in the guild. And look, you ain't got to believe me because you think, oh, I'm just trying to sell you something. Man, I got something to sell, but look, I'll give you plenty of information, plenty of free stuff. I'll point you to motherfuckers that ain't me. Because I know I'm not nice and I'm a piece of shit. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
There's a chapter in his book on Ibn Arabi which involves a story that Ibn Arabi tells about being in doubt. Now, if you know anything about Ibn Arabi, he's sort of a greater than human figure. And if Ibn Arabi's having doubts, they're probably pretty passionate, like big doubts. But Ibn Arabi says he was doubting whether the angelic figures were okay. I am paraphrasing very, very widely, and he says, "Gosh, I wonder are they still there? Are they okay?" And the figure of Nizam, who's an actual human being, with whom he has a connection such that he sees her as a figure of Sophia, divine wisdom. She appears to him and says, essentially, wait a minute, wait a minute, man. You're worried if they're okay? You're the one with the problem, man. They're fine. I mean, they're divine figures, for heaven's sakes. They're fine. It's your problem. And I thought, well, that's what's going on with Ibn Arabi here. And what is the source of this deep pessimism, nihilism? If you read it the way I read it at the time, it was my own personal hermeneutic, Nizam Sophia is saying to Ibn Arabi, you knucklehead, how inflated do you have to be to think that they're not okay? I mean, who on earth do you think you are? Nonetheless, here's another place where he gives an inkling of how we ought to behave, but you'll see it's of limited utility. He talks about Nietzsche. And Nietzsche's doubt, I mean, Ibn Arabi is merely wondering whether the divine figures are still there. Nietzsche says God is dead. and Corbin's response is, man, here's this really smart guy, really smart, sensitive guy, and he's got a failed initiation. That's what Corbin calls it. That Nietzsche got right to the threshold, at which point Corbin says, well, there's two kinds of darkness. There's the darkness of Ahriman, of undisputed evil, and then there's the darkness at the approach to the pole. That is to say, the light there is so bright that you go blind and you see nothing but black. He calls it the black light, and he gets it from Najmuddin Kubra, one of the Central Asian Sufi mystics who he was excited about. And he said, that's what happened to Nietzsche. Yeah, I'll go ahead and say this. He says, that's what happened to Nietzsche. He got blinded. He was so close, and he had a failed initiation, and he thought, what I'm seeing is the truth, which is nihilism. I mean, this is a Corbinian interpretation of Nietzsche, and plenty of people see other Nietzsches. But the Nietzsche who said, God is dead and we have killed him, and the truth of things is nihilism, Corbin says, no, he got those blacknesses backwards, man. He misunderstood what was going on, and you have to be able to distinguish different kinds of darkness.
I really love this shit. Like, when I was listening to this, because I had my headphones in and I'm walking around the house, it's basically quiet. I'm listening to it. And when he said that, I just a round of fucking applause. I love that. That's a beautiful way to frame Nietzsche. I would deeply agree with that, and I want to talk about this. Okay, we've talked about this before with Nietzsche. He's the guy who really hits it on the nose. The idea about the fated nihilism of the West, about what materialism has done in killing God, and the effect that will have on the self-making of those in the West. And I also point out the epidemic of nihilistic narcissism. Okay, remember I talked about the Von Two-Cut thing, because I couldn't find the original video. I didn't want to sit there and watch Von Two-Cut videos. But he has a thing where, first he's talking spirituality to the youngins. The youngins love it. Yeah, he's on the... But then he gets to this point, right? And he comes up on nothing. And for him, what that says is, there's nothing behind all this. It's empty. You'll have people say, hey man, this is just all made up. These people have failed their initiation. You'll have some people stop with meditating and deep breathing. Failed initiation. People who reduce these concepts to the mundane. Failed initiation. This is part of self-initiation. See, in a system where you're initiated, you have the master and the other people being initiated with you to help stave off the idea or concept or the ends of a failed initiation. Self-initiation, you don't have that. Even worse, if you out here faking it until you make it, you never really make it. All you know how to do is fake making it. This is why the shadow work is so important, so necessary. If you can't see how you're in your own way, you don't really see anything. The nihilism will drive you to a failed self-initiation. There's no meaning behind any of this stuff. It's all just you. It's you and you, with you, in you, by you, through you, to you. Narcissism, nihilistic narcissism. You strip the meaning out of everything else in reality to reduce it all to you. And then when I ask, what is you? Run away from this guy. He's trying to trick me. I know the truth. It's all you and you, with you, through you, by you, to you. And he's just trying to trick me. No. You tricked yourself about 10 steps back. You're lucky someone even pointed it out without just taking advantage of you. The nihilistic narcissism. Nietzsche failed his initiation. He hit it on the head. The fate of the Western world, look, materialism, the end, the necessary end to the dualism of materialism is nihilism. It's almost completely unavoidable. So the motherfuckers who are trying to do spirituality and never looked at their lens end up in narcissistic nihilism or nihilistic narcissism. I have to double check whether or not which one I want to make the qualifier. But it's you, in you, with you, by you, through you, to you. Oh, that's a lot of you. Oh, I love this. Chat, fire, facts. That's the road to failed initiation. And you'll never know you failed. Because what you're actually tracking is what you'd like to believe. Because you never even examine what you is. Failed initiation. The path of self-initiation, there are a lot that fail. And you'll never know they failed because they never admitted to themselves that it's even possible to fail. Let me tell you, this is part of the reason you know they failed. Well, fuck you, Arius, right? Hakeem. I was initiated into a Sufi sect, one of the largest in West Africa. I ain't even had mantras you did. I didn't even know what I was doing until I came to the States, until I went to a library and understood what Sufism is, then started studying the works of Ibn Arabi, Rumi, etc. Then you start to understand that it's a journey and has stages, but you have to understand Arabic to even begin. Delve into the depths of it. That's what initiation gets you ready to begin the work. It shapes you, it cleanses you, it purifies you in a specific way to get you ready to do the work. And then after you're in this, because initiate's not supposed to necessarily know what's happening throughout the process. That's why you have the masters and the guides to help you through the motions. So once you've got through it, you're now ready to actually do the work and begin to understand what the fuck you just went through. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, that's interesting. Sufi sects in West Africa. Well, I don't know much about West Africa. That's what's up. Look, and see, some of y'all run away from traditional religions. You don't have to. What you got to do is question how much of it you understand. Contend with your own understanding of these things. Like Hakeem, he hit the library. Because once he gave himself space to say, hey, I don't fully understand this, now there's room to go learn. And then you build on that. Love it, guys. Look, Corban talks about 2 different types of darkness, right? And I'll point this out. This is shadow work stuff again. Look, a lot of times people are talking about shadow, but they call it darkness. A lot of times people are talking about shadow, but they call it darkness. And I get it. I get why you would do that. Here's the thing. Shadow is cast in the light. The light is cast in the darkness. Darkness creates light. Light creates shadow. If you don't know the difference between shadow and darkness, you'll confuse shadow and darkness. If you don't know darkness, you won't recognize it when you see it. In the Kabbalic system, the abyss. After Teferath, you have to go through the abyss to get to the upper room. It's a world of darkness. It's a certain kind of darkness. And if you don't have your senses, you won't know the difference. You won't recognize the taste of it, the smell of it, the feel of it. You won't recognize there's a difference, and you'll miss the turn. You'll miss the turn. You've been driving somewhere, you got directions, and you miss the turn. What you gonna have to do? Double back. Because when you miss the turn, what happens? You end up at a door that you can't move through. Even sometimes there'll be an attendant or a guard at the door. Like, bro, you can't get in with that. What are those shit? Those dirty chucks? Nah, bro, not in here, man. Sweatpants? Nah, you gotta go home, bro. I don't care if you're on the list, bro. I can't let you in here like that. It's my job. I can't. You'll miss the turn. You'll confuse the darknesses. You'll get to the place and think you've hit the end. Because you missed what is you. Because you missed what is you. And what you is, ain't getting through that door. Fuck, I love it. All that faking, all that you and you and you and you and you and you. You need some detail on that. The details make all the difference. Sentinels. Sentinels is a good word. You'll see a sentinel at the door. Yeah, Nietzsche failed his initiation. There's a lot of motherfuckers out here that failed their initiation. You're stuck at meditating and deep breathing. You're reducing these concepts to the mundane world as if they're just metaphors for something physical. You failed. You failed. And because they have no one to guide them through it, they refuse to accept any guidance, and they presume they just can't fail. Oh, they certainly fail. You certainly fail. Imagine somebody playing Super Mario, right? And they're just like, it's impossible to lose. And they just run into the ditch every time, run into the enemy every time. And never allow themselves the understanding that if you are going to be right, you have to risk being wrong. And if you don't risk being wrong, you can never be right, with no acknowledgement that they can lose the game. No, this is just how it's supposed to go. This is just right. Yeah, don't you get the metaphor, guy? They failed. Things don't even have original content, bro. They just read you old books. Fuck. Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Colonized shit. Let me continue, guys. Okay. That nihilistic narcissism will cause the end of that road is a failed initiation. The in you, with you, by you, through you, it's all you. I'm everything. You'll fail because you're not looking at what is you. I'll give you everything is everything. But you are everything? What you mean by that? What is you? You don't have to hear that as a question. It could be a statement. Let me guess, it's even more confusing then. I speak plain English. Whatever. Fuck you guys. Whatever. Just hate me, right? Fuck you, Aries. I know.
And then I wanted to bring out Corbin's core symbol. And it's a core symbol that relates directly to gnosis, because in gnosis, in this transformative participatory knowing, and this goes up to the core of Heidegger's notion of Dasein, the being whose being is in question, we, right, have to see self-knowledge and knowledge of the world as inextricably bound up together.
I tell you to rewind and let's do it again. You're not going to do it. I tell you to go listen to his whole series. You're not going to do it. So I have to stop it. Because I know you didn't hear what he said. I know you didn't hear what he said. I'm a Gnostic. I believe in Sophia and the Archons. The Demiurge is here. Shut up. Shut up. In Gnosis, the transformative participatory knowing. Remember I told you guys, there's different types of knowing. Different ways in which you know. Here, I leave this in the study materials. I've done videos about it. And this is just 4. This is just 4. I have a sinking suspicion that there are more than just these 4. But, you know, hey, whatever. Fuck you, Aries. You don't know. You're just mean and rude and low vibrational. Okay, whatever. Look, different types of knowing. Okay? Because this is what'll happen. This is what y'all mean when you say, yeah, I know about that fundamental stuff already. You're conflating a single type of knowing with actually knowing, which is going to require different types of knowing. Today in the West, especially with the materialism, especially with the way people are emulating the scientific method, even if they don't necessarily know how to do it, emulating the scientific method, the propositional type of knowing has been glorified. You can tell somebody that you know if you can repeat something semantic. That's why the book readers get really impressed with having a new metaphor to say. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel as though they know, right? Because propositional knowing is a type of knowing. And once you've memorized that metaphor, that saying, all is one, all is mine. I am the universe. The universe has got my back. I'm all these gods. This is really just simply your subconscious mind. Right? You say the things, you feel a certain way, and you stop. Different types of knowing. And each one has a different type of memory. Procedural knowing. Like there are some people, who know how to fix a car, right? But if you ask them to say it, to tell you how they did what they did, may not know how to say it. Those are 2 different types of knowing. Uh-oh, look at that. Started off already, right? 2 different types of knowing. Perspectival. All right? Perspectival. What it's like to be a thing. I wonder what it's like to be a chef. What do? You pull on the episodes of your narrative where you're in the kitchen, where you met a chef, where you had to cook something, and you take them, put them together, form the perspective of what it's like to be a chef. See that perspectival and participatory knowing, the perspectival and the participatory levels of knowing are the kind you're looking for. But you keep settling for the propositional. I can say the words. I can say it. Oh yeah, I get that, Aries. No, you get the proposition. You don't get it. You don't get it. And you don't get that you don't get it because you're using the feeling that you get at the beginning there to tell yourself whether or not you get it. That's why I keep telling you the feeling ain't gonna do it. The feeling ain't gonna cut it. This is why you can listen to somebody tell you all the chakra colors and the meanings, tell you all the Sephiroth on the Kundal and the Tree of Life, tell you all the zodiac symbols and the names and what they stand for, and you can still ask, okay, yeah, but how do I use this in my day-to-day life? Your day-to-day life. But what are you looking for? The perspective and how to participate. And it's a different kind of knowing than the propositions. I speak plain English, bro. What is self-egoic memory? Good question. The idea of yourself is where that memory, that's how the memory is stored. When you know how to participate in something, you store the memory of how to participate in what to be, who to be. Like, okay, how to participate at work. There's a certain you are with your coworkers. Maybe between different jobs, there's a certain you that you are. How to be a son. There's a certain you are with your parents versus your spouse, versus your children, versus your dog. How to participate in that. It builds on top of the perspectival. It's not simply limited to simply the perspectival, because with the perspectival, you can just kind of reach into it. This is what we do with serious play. Or a child, take this thing. Hey, I have a sword. They don't necessarily know the participatory, but by dipping into the perspectival, they begin to build the participatory. All that stuff sounds like axioms. What sounds like axioms? The different types of knowing? Well, maybe. Look, this isn't, to me, this ain't metaphysical. This is like, because John Vervaeke does cognitive science. I'm not really usually interested in this stuff, to be completely fair. But people are more interested in this stuff. It's meaning in life. Metaphysics is meaning of life. I'm more interested in that. But like, if you're interested in the practical, how to make this part of your day-to-day life, how to apply this, this is the kind of stuff you kind of want to look at. Which is why I point you guys to John Vervaeke. Because axioms, what axioms are doing are they're existing as the beginning or the bedrock of your line of reasoning. You can always reduce the line of reasoning back to the axioms. No, the all is mine is universe got my back. Yeah, all is mine is an axiom. Proposition. And people will hold the proposition as though they know. And then they teach you the proposition, and once you're saying it, and you guys are both feeling, we're tapping in. It's an axiom. People learn the axioms, think knowing the semantics, the words of the axiom is knowing it, and fail. But they don't know they fail, so they go out and teach other motherfuckers to do it. Imagine if nobody told a child that the mud pie they made was a mud pie. Now I'm ready to teach. Out here teaching baking classes, right? Well, what you got to do, see, it's really in the stir. Like, you got to stir it a certain way. You know, get the mud or the sticks or whatever you can find, you know, because that's just what a pie is. And you put it in here. It's wrong. Bro. See, I'm trying not to get mad, bro. Trying not to get mad. Participatory knowing, the transformative participatory knowing, the kind of participatory knowing that transforms. This is that growth and development you want in life. No, I don't want no growth and development. Shut up. You don't know me. Stop. Just. John Vervaeke mentioned a word, Dasein. All right, comes from Martin Heidegger, the German guys, right? But it's the being whose being is in question. We don't have a word for that in English. The being whose being is in question. All right, what is this pointing to? Because everybody can say, knowledge of self, know thyself. Don't you know that you with a you, the you with the you with you, that is all? That's not self-knowledge, that's word salad. But if you don't allow anybody to tell you or correct you, or anybody who would correct you is just acting smart, then you'll always be dumb. The being whose being is in question. We have to see self-knowledge and knowledge of the world as inextricably bound together. Not that they are the same thing. Inextricably bound together. You need to see both and have a harmonious dance between them. Would the procedural be the hands of learning? You still have a certain amount. I don't know what you mean, but that sounds kind of poetic. But it's more. I don't know if I can necessarily disagree because I think I can feel what you're pointing at. It's the how to do something. Like, because when you say that, I think about your hands knowing how to tie your shoes, or my hands knowing how to play the guitar. Like, because sometimes look, all your idea of your memory, your thoughts, your sensations are not just locked in the skull. The brain extends throughout the entire body. There are different clusters. Like, you touch something hot and your hand moves faster than you can think about it. Why? Because there's a little brain in there. There's a gut brain. You know, there are different centers. It's the music of the spheres. Dasein is playing on words as well. Well, what do we need to play on words? But it's a German word. It's like one word. So I don't know what you mean by playing on words. I don't know. What's the dick of learning? Bruh, chill. The dick of learning is me. I worded that wrong. My bad, bro. No, it's all right. Participate is the hands-on, okay? Participatory, and look, real shit, I would say listen to John Vervaeke about it. I'm not a cognitive scientist. I got that framework from John Vervaeke. Dasein means the one. Sign means being. Okay. Once again, different language. Dasein, one being. So the being whose being is in question. See, man? You know the language, it gets you even further. You know the socio-cultural, political context, it gets you even further. Let's continue, guys. Let's continue. Because I will go all day. But remember, self-knowledge and knowledge of the world, inextricably connected, not necessarily the same thing. It's not just you and you with you, by you, through you, to you, you're all these gods. No, it's nihilistic narcissism. And it's the road to a failed initiation.
That means he ain't teaching you nothing. And that's the problem. And if everybody agreeing on the same thing, somebody wrong. You see? Check? Check. All right then. They play on your emotion. Saying nothing well and playing on your emotion. Tell a person what they want to hear and say nothing well. You can say nothing if you can say it well. They play on your emotion. And that's the problem with our people. They have been teaching you what you wanted to hear and not what you really needed to hear because they didn't know what you really needed to hear. That's called the art of public speaking. They play on your emotion. So that's getting your emotion up to a certain level, and you thinking that's spiritual, that's emotionalism. They play on your emotion. And they'd come up and they would come into some stuff and they would be talking all this good stuff and people, yeah. But everybody's ignorant. You see what I'm saying? They play on your emotion. And if everybody agreeing on the same thing, somebody wrong. You see? Check? Yeah. All right then.
I have to play my favorite video there for a second. Look, all right. I'm always saying, what is you, right? Question or statement. Anyways, we're still talking about the imaginal versus the imaginary. And I know, because I have this problem with people when they get in the guild. Because, they say, I agree with the axioms, right? But then you start to touch what I'm telling you about, and you have the doubt. Well, is this just imaginary? It's not imaginary. It's imaginal. I've been talking about this. What is genius? What is genius? Oh, God, how do I... I know. Look, guys, I'm not the first person to say anything about these things. I'm not. I'm sorry. Let me get into it, guys. I'm good. Because look, you think it's just what you're saying, Arius. Fuck you, it's just your opinion. I know, it's always just my opinion as soon as you don't want to have to hear what I said. Whatever.
The divine double, I think what people were trying to say with the mythos of the divine double, it's an imaginal symbol that affords the dynamic coupling of anagoge that allows you to participate in the act of self-creation. The act, or a better way of putting it, the act of aspiration. The divine double is you, but it's not you. It's the advanced others that you've internalized into you, but that eventually become you. And so you live differently in that in a new world. A way of being becomes viable to you. Right? It is the self you will be, not the self you are now. But if there is no inkling in your current self if there's no inkling of an identity possible and already beginning to be actualized between your current self and the future self, right? Then of course, it's not going to be part of that aspirational process. Here's you. Right? You're in this frame. Right? And you're trying to move to this one. I'm going to separate them just so I have room to write. Normally this one is round and encompassing, so please allow me this just so I have room to write. Right? The divine double, right, allows you to internalize from this more encompassing frame into your current frame. But that is simultaneously, and here's the shining in through the divine double. Angels are glorious, they shine. Here's the shining through, right, into your frame. But that shining, that internalization, affords you moving towards indwelling that more expanded world. It engenders a transframing so that you can come to indwell this more expanded frame. The agent and the arena are simultaneously transformed. So the divine double shines the greater frame into the current frame, but it also, right, draws you out by the way it withdraws into the more encompassing frame. It gives you a sense, right, of, right, the closing into your relevance, but the opening into the greater self. See the gnosis? The divine double allows you to conform in process to the very play of being itself. The way being is shining, but also withdrawing. And how that affords your radical self-transcendence, which is always a process also of becoming a greater or better self. So what I'm suggesting to you, right, is that the divine double is a central example of the imaginal, and that is often represented in the mythos of angels.
For those of you in the guild, especially coming out of this third month, where we talk about altars and that feedback loop. Did you see the feedback loop? Did you see it? Did you see the feedback? No, well, of course you did. Of course you did, because you got everything already. Whatever. See, the feedback loop I tell you guys about in terms of manifestation only makes sense if you've already developed one with genius. It's just why I start you with ascension. I love this. This is interesting. Like I wish I'd have seen this stuff before I put together the Bookman model. Or before I really started I guess doing this stuff myself. That's more. Not necessarily, because I might have seen some of it before I had to develop a model, but just doing this stuff myself. Because I was on the spooky shit like y'all. You know, I was on the spooky shit. But I was actually engaging with it. And not just, faking it until you make it. That's where all the fucking pain comes from. What he's pointing to with the divine double, and I'm going to continue this a little bit as well, what he's pointing to is what I point to with genius. This is part of the reason I tell you, you don't have to listen to me. Go listen to someone else talk about it if you don't like listening to me. If you think I'm just trying to take your money, trying to gatekeep information, even though I've done a year worth of talking about this for free, please point out what you think I'm hiding from you. Don't. Even point you to other places you can go look at it. Iris, you have the audacity to create a model. Who do you think you are? Well, who the fuck do you think you are? If you think this is just so audacious. Have you checked the history of this? I never stop telling you guys I stand on the shoulders of giants. Hey man, it's not difficult. This stuff is not new. Your problem is that it doesn't fit you. You want to build it on your own. You want to start it all your own. You want to use your own words. Go ahead. Go ahead. The Bookman model is made for you to make something else. Please. But I can tell you right now, you're just going to make it more difficult for yourself if you don't understand it. Y'all want to look at 10 Sephiroth, 11 Sephiroth, 12 in the Zodiac, but you don't even get 3? You ready to jump in, use your own words, say it in my own way. I want to use my own analogy areas. But you still having trouble with 3? Come on now, look, just let me help you wipe your ass. Stop. You're not getting it right. You're going to walk around itching and smelling bad. Stop it. I can smell you from here. Stop it. Let me help you learn how to do this so you can go do it forever without me. I don't care. I hope you do. Fuck you be. Y'all are being taught in general by, and I'm not saying this to every teacher. Some of these folks out here posing to teach. Posing to give you tips, tricks, and hints. Are failed initiates. They're failed initiates. They refuse to learn what they're looking at because they insist on insisting that of course they know. Based on how they feel. and just suddenly above debate, but still scientific. Ain't that some bullshit? Whatever. What they're pointing to with the divine double, and like I said, he's going to keep talking about it here. I'm pointing to with genius, guys. This isn't new. I'm making this as basic and as simple as I can. The Bookman model is a bare bones model. It's a skeleton. It's a skeleton of a skeleton. Fuck! It's the skeleton of a skeleton. I would love for you to take it and create entire schools of thought. Not based on the Bookman model, based on whatever the flesh and organs and skin you put on it. I have threefold system. You decide you want 5? Good. Go ahead. 7? Good. Go ahead. 10? Go ahead. You want 10 ontological categories, but 32 epistemological instances or contextual beings? Go ahead. Go ahead. You're perfectly fine. I'm not telling you you can't. If you don't understand the fundamentals, all you're doing is just mixing and matching pieces and picking what feels good. It's arbitrary. What does arbitrary mean? Come on, don't do that to me. Whatever. You see how easy it is to just look up a word? You can do that. You got it in your pocket. Existing or coming about seemingly at random or by chance as a capricious and unreasonable act of will, based on or determined by individual preference or convenience, rather than it by necessity or the intrinsic nature of something. Guys, don't do this arbitrarily, or you'll have a Frankenstein's monster, and the thing will kill you. Here she's just trying to scare me. No, I'm not. Are you scared? Full Metal Alchemist, you're just going to make a chimera, a homunculus. You're going to make a monument to your own bullshit. But whatever. Look, I'm pointing to this stuff, guys. I'm pointing to this stuff with the Bookman model. You don't have to pay me money if you don't want to. I know money is your God. Money and fear is your God. That's perfectly fine. You're not the only one. It's a bare bones model. You want to create new systems, which is what you're going to have to do. Materialism. Unless you're going to go engage and immerse yourself in some other culture deeply, honestly, authentically. Unless you're going to do that, you're going to have to build these things from the ground up. There's a method to the madness. Let's continue, guys.
So we see how the divine double is transjective, how it's transframing, how it's integrating the abstract form or concept of the better self. I have some abstract sense of the better self, but it's integrating that with my the concrete actions of causal actions of my current self. They're being the abstract and the concrete are being drawn together. Is the divine double subjective? No, that's not right. Is it part of just the objective part of my world? No, that's not right either. It's deeply symbolic in nature and in action. And although it is a symbol, it is not just imaginary. It is imaginal in nature. It affords, right, the true development. It affords the core of the being mode. The being mode is not about having things, it is about becoming someone. There's a deep interconnection between the imaginal, the divine double, gnosis, and the being mode.
Yes, I love it. Fucking love it. Once again, I highly suggest for most of y'all, bruh, John Vervaeke, He's talking about the things y'all are interested in. I'm a metaphysician. I'm deeply interested in metaphysics. This is why I spent most of my time pointing you to the fundamental map or talking to you about it. Because that's the metaphysical claim. John Vervaeke's not making a metaphysical claim. As a matter of fact, he's deeply invested in cognitive sciences. He's deeply invested in cognitive science, and I'm suspicious of cognitive science. But it's going to hold all these things you're interested in. Okay? It's going to give you some of the words you're familiar with. Ugh. But this is a big thing that I think people miss. And it's just like the axioms, where you can say, oh, I understand that, propositionally. No. You really got to get this to understand the value of spirituality. It's not about you're going to have a new thing. Yes, you can do that, Neo. It's not about bending spoons and dodging bullets. Oh, sorry, back there. Yes, you can do it. You can bend spoons. You can dodge bullets, Neo. But look, when you're ready, you won't have to. That's the fucking point. I go over this shit in the guild so much. Like it is. Let me see if I'm pretty sure I put this in the book model. No. I don't think, because I'm thinking about. I'm thinking back to the book part. No, I didn't put it in here because. Yep, there it is. Look, this is the crux. Look, you can say this. Here's another shortcut to saying fuck Arius, right? Please understand this part. Understand this part. You have all the space in the room to say fuck me. Really. But once again, remember, not just propositionally. In the world, but not of it, guys. You gotta get that. How I know you don't get it? Because you asking about bending spoons and dodging bullets. That's how I know you don't get it. You deeply focused on manifesting. That's how I know you don't get it. Not to say you can't, but that's how I know you don't get it. In the Matrix, right? I think this is a great analogy because look, I show you guys this stuff all the fucking time, guys. Threefold metaphysics, right? Threefold ontology. Zion in the real world, the machine world, and the Matrix. Zion, the real earth, the machine world, and the Matrix. Line of causality, right? In the movie, they take Neo to go see the Oracle, right? The Oracle is part of she's part of the machine world, so you can go see her through the Matrix. Okay? So Neo has to jack in. See, he already knows what the truth is. He's seen the Nebuchadnezzar. He's walked on the decks of the Nebuchadnezzar. He's seen the jacking in. Right? He knows the truth, but he don't believe it. What he really believes is true is the Matrix, and he has to really contend with it. He can't just say it. He can't have felt it. He has to know it in a certain way that he don't know it yet. All right? So look, jacking back into the Matrix, right? Him and the whole crew, and they go on their way to go see the Oracle. Right? They get to the place, and because the Oracle's a busy lady, right? They have to wait in the waiting room. Okay? Gotta wait in the waiting room. And Neo goes into the waiting room, and he sees your boy, right? Spoon Boy. He sees your boy. And what's Spoon Boy? Spoon Boy's sitting there bending the spoons. Little telekinesis, right? Sitting there bending the spoons. And, this catches Neo's attention. Why are you doing that in the Matrix? Well, you're manifesting. Oh my God. Let me see how you did that. Right. That's what Neo's looking at, right? This is the back and forth they have. Remember, Neo's the hero, so there's a particular archetype he's playing out. He's a bit slow, but the hero's always slow so that you can see their progression, right? Like Harry Potter's dumb. But he's the hero. The hero's allowed to be dumb. Oh God, I don't think I'm smart. I only have dumb questions. Well, it's okay. Hey, I tell you, I'm not the hero. I'm the Duke. I ain't the king. Anyways. I hate being the king, bro. Anyways. Spoon Boy. Don't try and bend the spoon. That's impossible. Instead, only try and realize the truth. Hit him with it, right? Hit him right away, right? Neo, once again, a little dumb, so he just repeats. What truth? As if he don't know. Because he don't know he know. He don't really believe it yet. What truth? Huh? Focus on that spoon, right? You can see his face in the spoon. Focus on the spoon. What truth? Spoon boy. There is no spoon. You don't get it. There is no spoon? There you go. Then you'll see that it's not the spoon that bends. It's only yourself. Right? Is manifesting a byproduct of being? Yeah. That's what motherfuckers want to know how to manifest. Well, if you know how you're already manifest, engaging or participating in the process of manifestation isn't difficult. Most people don't know how they manifest. They have a new story, and they just latch onto a new story, and they don't know the fundamentals of the story. That's why I don't do the Bookman model. I don't teach a story. I teach you ontology, epistemology, and cosmology. Most people are going to jump to the cosmology because usually the cosmology is in the form of a narrative. And they think, if I remember the story, just like babies, if I remember the story, now I know what it really is. The story is a container. You still have to learn ontology and epistemology. You have to learn the fundamentals. Because if you don't know the fundamentals, you're just repeating what you've heard. Damn, I don't even have context for the rest of the characters except King and Queen. Wait, what? Oh! The whole feudalistic kind of hierarchy, the medieval feudalistic kind of hierarchy. Yeah, you just know king and queen. That's a little top. Nah, it's a whole system. It's a whole framework. See, everybody shooting. That's typical though. Everybody shooting for the king or the queen, right? Everybody want to be the top, and they want to be the chief. Fuck that. I can get basically the same kind of bitches and money the king get, but ain't nobody shooting for my spot. I can watch kings rise and fall my whole life and be good. Most times the king don't even realize how sucky it is to be the king, so the nigga get to be the king. Everybody think the king get to do whatever the fuck he want to. Nah. But it's alright. Every Indian want to be the chief, boy. Every Indian want to be the chief. So look, this is the secret, bro. Period. Don't try and bend the spoon. That's impossible. Stop trying. You telling me about atoms, melanin, cells, magnetosphere, vibrating piece of meat in a skull? You trying to bend the spoon. Don't try and bend the spoon. That's impossible. Your premises of thinking is off. Neo, what is you? Is it the thing holding that spoon? Or is the motherfucker laying jacked in the Nebuchadnezzar? Did you forget? Oh, of course you forgot. So what's the first thing you need to do? Rule 0, stop trying to bend the spoon. Next, realize the truth. What truth? You on a Nebuchadnezzar, nigga. Fuck you mean? What truth? Y'all niggas so focused on bending the spoon, you never realize the truth. You working ass backwards. Stop trying to bend the spoon. Realize the truth. You bend. What you is bends. The spoon bends. You playing backwards. You missing the point. And you don't even really believe what you're saying. You're just saying it because you heard it. The details make all the difference, bro. I can't even. A byproduct of evangelism. What is the only knowing the top, only being focused on the top? I'm like, what's a duke? Dukes, bishops, etc. I don't think dukes are on chess. No, it's a title of nobility. It's a title of nobility. Yeah. But by saying stuff like men are to be kings, because it's an easy thing to understand. It's easy to chew. It's baby food. It's baby food. Yeah. Furiously looking up being in the dictionary. Good. Get into ontology. There's a whole body of literature. This is what I mean when I tell y'all I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. There's whole bodies of literature about this stuff. It's not secret. It's not hidden. Motherfuckers is ignorant and dedicated to being ignorant. Fuck. You ain't gonna look me in the face. Yeah, I get that, Aries. No, fuck you don't. Don't hit me. You're violent. You're low vibrational. You're dumb and you don't know why you're dumb and you're dedicated to being that way and so you can't be anything else. Fuck. You're spending so much time avoiding the possibility that what the case is the case. And if you look at it, maybe you could get past it. Hey, you going to A&A. AA, right? First thing you got to do. Hello, I'm Brandon and I'm an alcoholic. First step. First fucking step. Y'all need to keep trying to get around initiation. First fucking step. First thing you got to do in AA is acknowledge you're an alcoholic. You can't do none of the process if you walk in there. Hey, I'm Brandon. I don't really need to be here. I mean, I drink every now and then. I mean, y'all niggas really the ones with problems. Shit, I just gotta be here, man. That nigga ain't doing nothing. He ain't taking no step. Matter of fact, that motherfucker getting worse. I'm trying to tell you, boy. Marnie. So the problem is people are more focused on getting the external effect rather than perceiving what they see in their mind's eye to be solid, like how they relate to physical stuff and being in it. Yes. Because what they think they are is the meat bag. See, just saying the new phrase, the proposition, the metaphor, it feels nice. It's what everyone in the group is saying. That don't mean you get it. That don't mean you really believe it. And that's the problem. That's why I point to, like that. What is you? Aries is trying to trick me. Really? Well, I could only do that if you were gullible. Maybe naive. Are you gullible and naive? I'm telling you, in the world but not of it. You can say it. You can feel good saying it. You can say it in a group of people and all of y'all feel good together. Don't mean you get it. Matter of fact, you're probably less likely to get it in one of those groups because no one in the group is going to challenge it. No one in the group is going to say, hey, guys, do you think we even understand what the fuck we talking about? Guys, are we just caught up in metaphors? No, get him out of here, man. That's low vibrational. You're supposed to wrestle with these ideas, not just find some new words and feel good saying them. Bobby Hemmett clip. That's emotionalism. Motherfuckers will have you in emotionalism, feeling a certain way, and you think, I done hit the upper room. Looking back at the Christians. Ha! I have the real esoteric knowledge. Do the research, Christian. Ain't done none of the research. Get the fuck out of here, bruh. Yes, furiously look up being. Furiously. Not just one dictionary. Hit a couple of them. See, ain't no such thing as the dictionary. There's a dictionary, because a dictionary is a dictation of the lexicon. See, there's that suffix airy. Imaginary? Oh, I'm not talking about imaginary. I'm talking about imagine. Oh. Words have meaning. It's not someone trying to sound smart. That only works on dumb people. I don't think niggas is dumb. I think niggas is ignorant, and they're more dedicated to the identity of themselves that is ignorant than they are into putting into the work to be the new thing. But you have a relationship with genius, and you're actually engaged in that feedback, you'll be drawn to start looking this stuff up, to start to want to know, to start to want to understand. Your boy, what was his name? Who was it in? Let me go back. How do I get back up in this thing? Where did he go? Was it Akeem? I think the dude's name was Akeem. Yeah, Akeem Lamidi. Look, he goes through the initiation process, has been purified in the sense of what initiation is for, and then what's he want to do? Start learning more. Yes. Start becoming the thing that is fit. But with these motherfuckers in their initiations, their self-initiations, right? The nihilistic narcissism. I'm already fit. I'm all these guys. I am the universe. Oh, look at that. No, perfection is a process, not a state of being. Is there the lexicon? Yeah, that's a lexicon. That's what a dictionary is pointing at. It's one version of how you dictate what that lexicon is, how it's set up, what these words mean, how the grammar associates the different words. And they're different dictionaries for the same lexicon. Yeah, that's why I tell you look at different dictionaries. Please, please. Comparing English use of being to German right now. Because look, our thoughts are shaped and framed in language. Our thoughts are shaped and framed in language. The grammar of a language is like the logic of it, how you put the things together. And how you put things together in a language frames how you perceive through it. I'll tell you to look into philosophy of language. No, Aries, give me the spookier book. Go ahead, read a book written in a language you don't know. Don't even know nothing about language itself, except to just talk. Right? Just talk. Fucking babies. When you wonder why I'm upset. Well, at the same time, I ain't got no feelings. Whatever. Let's continue. I'm so sorry. See, my shit just comes out. My shit comes out. Look, this is the secret right here, guys. I can't express it to you now. But until you're ready to start understanding that you don't understand something, you can't get on the road to doing it. You had to be dedicated to this shit. See, the motherfuckers who wrote those old books y'all are so impressed with were dedicated to understanding. Not dedicated to performing it to make sure they get the clicks and the engagement. Fuck you mean? Clickbait ass shit.
It's not only the agent that is being transformed, it is also the arena. Your world is also being opened up, and aspects of being are disclosing themselves that otherwise would not disclose themselves. Every object is shining and is also withdrawing into its mystery. Everything is a thing beyond itself. And so you are a thing beyond yourself as an agent, coupled to sets of things beyond themselves as an arena, and you are both going through this coupled process. That's what Corbin means by the angelic aspect, or the angelic order of being.
You don't have to run away from Christianity. There's an entire mystic system in Christianity. It's deeply interwoven in the English language. If you speak English, you're not getting that far from Christianity. You really not. You really not. Lord help me, Jesus. Y'all steady framing things in angels and demons anyway. Nah, I don't know nothing about no angel. I don't know about the demon. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. It's dumb. It's the same cosmology. It's the same framing. It's the same worldview. You just decided to turn away from something else specifically. It's so dumb. It's so weak, bruh. These niggas out here is weak. That's why don't nobody debate, can't nobody fight, because these niggas is weak, bruh. There's angelology. Have any of y'all looked into angelology? I know you want to look at the demonology, and you love the gynoacia. You love that. And this is the spooky, and you think you rebelling. Y'all fuck with them demons you want to. Look, I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to. I'm telling you, get what you ask for. Because if you ain't taking care of the what is you, the dark shit gonna eat your ass up. I'm so serious. If you ain't taking care of the what is you, the dark shit gonna eat your ass up. And you think you got it. Okay. Yeah, you got it, don't you? What is you? Because look, if you ready to let some of that go, this shit ain't that bad. I love it. It's not that bad. It really not. What's in your way is you. You think because you can say astral, Ein Sof, right? You think because you can repeat what Panic said, Necronomicon Passivo Shum. You think because you can say that you got it? No, kiddos. I'm so serious. Yeah, that gynoation. That shit feminine as fuck. Look at the 72 conspirators set. Hell, you don't even need 72. Look at the three ruffians in the Masonic literature. What are we looking at? What are we pointing to? Oh, y'all niggas only hype on divine feminine because A, you're running from Christianity because you didn't know enough about it to know where the feminine parts are. Or B, Panic Bobby said the word feminine and you just, it's gotta be it. Oh, bitch. If you take Dasein in one sense, it is like saying the presence in another sense is speaking to being as a verb. If you take Dasein in one sense, it is like saying the presence, the being whose being is in question, the being whose being is in question, the being, the presence whose being as a verb is in question. I like that. But it's I don't think I have the words for it in English. I can taste the mix. So I think that's what you meant by the word play. Okay. Looks like I don't know no German. I ain't gonna teach you like I know German. I can see when somebody, that's a German ass name. But anyways. Here. All right. Most of you have heard of Jung in passing because you've heard shadow work, you got interested, you want to be able to do it, you want to be able to get away from the bad feelings, control your thoughts. Slow down, kiddo, it's not going to work, trust me. Well, do what you want to do. So you heard about shadow work, all right? According to Cheatham, Corbin talks about his relationship with Jung, but Jung doesn't necessarily talk too much about his relationship with Corbin. Because they knew each other. They had a relationship like in physical life. Okay? Hebrew feminine and Greek feminine were two separate things for the Bible. I'm not really sure. Maybe look, and the shit gets complicated because when you get into the socio-political shit, that's how it determines how you read the history of stuff. Well, yeah, I don't even know, to be honest, completely. All right, let's go.
Whereas I think you can readily see the divine double in Buddhism, where it's talked about the Buddha nature, and the Buddha nature is very much the aspired self, but things have a Buddha nature. The Buddha nature is both their ultimate real nature, but not their conventional nature. Or you can see the same thing in Vedanta, when there is a deep identity, perhaps, between the Atman and Brahman. What I'm pointing out is that this way of talking about aspiration can be seen clearly in non-theistic religions. It's clearly in Gnosticism, which I think is very much should not be interpreted theistically. I've tried to show you that. It's clearly the case in Neoplatonism. Stang makes this case for it both in Plotinus and aspects, at least the Neoplatonic aspects of Dionysus. And that's clearly not theistic. So I'm not going to use the term divine double anymore, because I want to try and separate this idea from its commitment to theism. And so I'm going to call this symbolic self, I'm going to call it the sacred second self. The sacred second self. Your sacred second self is the soul that you are becoming. the soul that you are aspiring through and to. And perhaps that is a way of bringing it back. The reason I raise this is because that will allow us to make a bridge to another one of the prophets, Carl Gustav Jung. Because this notion of a relationship to a sacred second self that is perhaps what we were always talking about when we invoke the word soul is central to Jung's work. One of Jung's crucial texts for representing the meaning crisis and linking it to his particular psychology is the book Modern Man in Search of a Soul. So the response to the meaning crisis is that modern man has lost his soul. Now that doesn't mean that a ghost has slipped free of a person's corpus and is somehow floating around untethered. Jung is trying to talk about, I'm going to argue, the loss of a real relationship to the sacred second self that is needed for responding to the meaning crisis. And there are deep connections, therefore, between Jung and Corbin. And this is not just similarity of argumentation. Jung and Corbin had a deep interaction, a deep influence on each other. They met regularly together at the Uranus conferences and discussed. As I mentioned, I find that Corbin is more responsible to that relationship than Jung. Corbin talks more often about it explicitly, whereas I do not see Jung given enough credit to the influence of Corbin on his thinking. Nevertheless, we can move between Corbin and Jung by picking up on this idea of your relationship to your sacred second self. And I think this is the best way to understanding the process that is central to Jung's whole notion of, it's both a notion of development and a notion of self-transformation and a notion of how to fundamentally respond to the meaning crisis. This is Jung's notion, of course, of individuation.
Like I said, I'm not big on the individuation thing because I think it's teleological in a way that I think tends to mislead spiritual seekers, because Jung was for himself was primarily a clinical psychologist. And so the framing he's doing is for that. Even though people will look at him and try and use it for spiritual development, they don't necessarily get the line between the two. Mostly because they're used to using it as a metaphor. And so when they're looking at Jung's framework, and especially if he's not talking about where his influence is from, especially if Corbin is really deeply influencing him, probably James Hillman as well. But usually, and I'll talk about this in a second, look, where does the psychology stuff fit into the spiritual stuff? Because like I said, I'm a psycho-spiritual consultant. I literally deal with that, like the precarious little place between your psychology and spirituality. I'm sorry, I'm adjusting this Band-Aid on my finger. So yeah, Jung, and I'll tell you all this, Jung himself was not an occultist. I think closer to the end of his life, like around when he makes the Red Book, he's getting closer to what you would call that. But I think part of the reason he has the mental breakdown in the way that he does is because of his allegiance and dedication to maintaining this frame or keeping that glass ceiling on his work and his own conception of it in terms of being what will be considered academically or scientifically agreeable. He wasn't trying to get away from the presumptions of materialism. He was a little... I don't want to speak on his relationship with Freud. I'll let them speak on it, because honestly, I don't think I have enough grounds for the claims that I would make, because I know they're my opinions. See, look, it's okay to find your opinions to be necessarily short-sighted. Because when my opinions are necessarily short-sighted, I just kind of shut up about them. It could all be so simple. But we're going to get into the idea of the archetypes, because the archetypes are imaginal. So you're saying they're imaginary areas? No. That's been the point of this whole show today. They're not imaginary. They're imaginal. In order to grasp imaginal, you're going to have to get out of the objective-subjective dichotomy. If you cannot break out of it, not only will you not understand imaginal, you're not going to be able to do anything spiritual. You can say a bunch of new words. They have no meaning. They won't have the meaning the people who set them out put into them. Like I cook a nice little dinner, right? And I put it in a Tupperware for you and I give it to you, right? You go home, you dump the food out of it, clean it out, then look at it and call me and say, hey, there's nothing in this. It's hollow. No, it's not. You took out what I put in there. Yeah, but it wasn't part of the Tupperware. I know it wasn't part of the Tupperware. That's the point. Well, then how do I understand it if it's not part of the Tupperware? Just trying to understand things in just objective terms where you think all the subjective stuff is a metaphor for the objective. You end up pouring all the food out the Tupperware I gave you and then telling me the Tupperware was hollow. God, that pisses me off. I shouldn't be so pissed off though. White's version of saying Young was a hating ass nigga. Or a hating ass nigga. Divine madness. Yeah, he got into it. Look, guys, this is what I mean. Like, look, with Corbin. Corbin was interested in the mystic side of it. But Corbin and Young are both considerably Gnostic. And so they're not as dedicated to giving you the formula. Like, look, Young had more on the practical side, if you will, the methodological side, if you will. But it's attributed to clinical psychology. It's attributed to, he did that for clinical psychology. Like Corbin didn't have clients like that. I mean, there are some people he worked with, but he didn't have clinical psychology clients. James Hillman, I think Hillman had clients. But he's another person in this little pool that you'll find Young in. So you want to see where psychology fits into this, okay? We're going to talk about the archetypes. Remember, they're not imaginary. They're imaginal. It's transjective. Oh, yeah, one more thing. Another thing he said about Gnosticism not being seen theistically. I think a lot of people fuck up on that. Where they start to see, just the same way they did Christianity, they start to see Sophia and the archons and the demiurge like that. And they miss the symbolic imaginal. They miss it. In fact, they just assume that symbolic imaginal is a metaphor for the physical.
So, how do we get to this notion? Well, we're going to get to this notice that each thinker gets into it in a different way. And what Jung is doing, he's picking up on something that is not really present in Heidegger. It's present in Corbin, but it's present more implicitly than explicitly. And this is psychology, right? The processes within that psyche that are conducive to responding to the meaning crisis. And by individuation, Jung, and he clearly uses this adjective to describe it, describes this as a psychological process. Now, the way to get a little bit clearer about how Jung is using the notion of psychological is, to contrast him to the most important influence on him, his progenitor Freud. Let's pick up on the difference. In what fundamental way did Jung's model of the psyche differ from Freud's? So here I'm picking up on work done by Paul Ricoeur in his book on Freud, and some work done by Storr, Anthony Storr, in his work on Jung, in an important contrast. So Freud ultimately has what has been called a hydraulic model of the psyche. So the psyche is basically a Newtonian machine, like a steam engine. Things are under pressure, and the pressure has to be relieved, and it drives and sort of pushes various processes into operation. So Freud, and of course this makes perfect sense, Freud has a Newtonian machine hydraulic model of the psyche. Jung ultimately rejects that, and this becomes clear in the language and the metaphors that Jung used. Jung replaces that hydraulic metaphor with an organic metaphor. He sees the psyche as a self-organizing dynamical system, ultimately as an autopoietic being. So he sees the psyche as going through sort of a complex process of self-organization, and that you have to understand individuation as this kind of organic, self-organizing process that you neither make nor receive, but you participate in. Okay, so this takes us to one of the quintessential notions from Jung. Jung gives a psychological analog of Plato's idea of the form, a structural functional organization. This is the archetypes, the archetypos. These, right, people should go back, foundational, like in archaeology, getting to the origins and the foundations. Typos, the patterns. So the archetypes are the formative founding patterns of the psyche. These are the ways in which, these are the structural functional organizations by which the psyche self-organizes. The archetypes are therefore very much psychological versions of the Platonic forms. And Jung is much better at acknowledging Plato's influence than Freud is, for example. So, the archetypes are not images, right? The archetypes are not images, right? You have to take the images and treat them in an imaginal fashion, not as imaginary things you possess in your mind, but as imaginal things that are leading you into the aspirational process of individuation.
This is what I try and convey to people when I'm talking to them about genius. And, you know, you can get what I'm saying intellectually, as in not have an obvious conflict in how the words are taken in. But just like clockwork, people don't realize how deeply immersed in materialism and then the presuppositions of it. How deeply your metaphysical framing affects your perception of anything. Because you don't know what you're looking at, you don't see nothing. If you don't see nothing, it ain't there. What I thought was interesting is, and I try and convey this once again, this isn't something that you either just make or receive. This isn't something, this cultivating that relationship with genius, with the divine double, with the sacred second self. Okay? I got one word. They have two words. He extended it to three words. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I quite often tell my students that this isn't something that you're making up, unless, of course, you're trying to make it up. Look, man, when you let this stuff go, you'd be surprised how much is right there under the surface. And it just It's right there already. You're more uncovering it than you are making it up. But you're gonna think right away that you're making it up. Why? Culturally, anything that's imaginary is wholly subjective. And so as soon as you start to touch the imaginal, you just throw it in that. You used to throw it in that bucket of subjective, and so it's imaginary. And if it's imaginary, it can't be real. I speak plain English. That's all right. That ended up creating a Russian heresy with Maria Sophia and pre-existent thus God. Yeah, Gnosticism is consistently a heresy. It's a heretical parasite. It's a heretical parasite. Motherfuckers love a new manila folder to put themselves into. Guys, the imagination does have something to do with this. But you're not going to be able to grasp it stuck in dualism, in the objective-subjective dichotomy, in the mind-matter, spirit-matter dichotomy. It's not going to work. Materialism is that objective-subjective dichotomy. It's not going to work. I don't care how many of the words you shift around. It is not in the paint on the house. It's the framing of that motherfucker that's fucking you up. There's so much in that you that you're taking for granted. It's subtle. It's small. And it makes all the fucking difference. It's like I talked to you about the difference between the word and or. You can say each of those words hundreds of times a day. Just skim right over it, zoom, boom. Just use it for however you want. Don't ever even think about it. It's small, it's subtle, but it makes all the fucking difference. You can have this pen, or you can have this pen. You can have this pen, and you can have this pen. It's different. It's pointing to different things. It's small, it's subtle. And you're not going to notice the subtle, and you can't even notice how you're in your own way. That's the shadow work. In the guild, 3 months, right? Each month we go over a different A of practical magic. The first month is Ascension. Second month is Ancestors. Third month is Altars. 3 A's of practical magic, right? Throughout all 3 of those months, we're always doing the shadow work. I cannot stress enough for you how deeply you need to be dedicated to not only doing it, but doing it well. Just like wiping your ass, you need to be dedicated to not only doing it every day, but doing it well. And it's not because something is wrong somewhere. You don't wipe your ass with this thought of one day I'm going to wipe this thing so good, I'll never have to wipe it again. Of course not. You know that's ridiculous. And so you have to know that about shadow work as well. The Bookman model is a bare bones model. Not so that you can see that Aries is the one who's correct. Like, nigga, being correct is boring, especially when y'all niggas don't know how to do no reasoning. Don't say things I don't like to hear, Aries. Well, why you only listening to the shit you like to hear? Talking about you here for the truth and you standing on principles. No, it sounds like you're standing on preferences. Standing on principles? I mean preferences? Fuck, man. I'm sorry, guys. Look, I know you don't like it when I'm a dick to you. When I'm mean to you. Like, I can't learn when you're being mean to me. And I'm sorry, okay? I go out of my way even more so in the guild to be as nice as I can. Be as understanding and affectionate Because I can't. But I can't do all of it. I'm so sorry. Look, I'm what I am. I'm an awful creature. Okay? This model is for you to go out here and make different schools of thought. Stop running around and looking for the ultimate truth. What's really real? You haven't even looked into what makes something true or real. What makes something right? Oh no, I just know I want to find what's right. How you gonna know it when you see it? All you gonna do is stand on preferences. That's basic math. If you don't know how to recognize right when you see it, what you gonna do is stand on P. Stand on preferences. That's basic math. That's not 'cause I said so. That's basic math, y'all. You can look at stuff. This it's not truth or real because of what I'm saying. I'm telling you, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. There's plenty of literature about this. There's plenty of people talking about this. You may not see them dressed in a spooky robe with spooky pictures behind them. Uh-oh. Right? That's what caught your attention, right? Got the soft music in the back. Uh-oh, got the soft music in the back. Got the robe. Spooky. Doctor, what a white smock. This motherfucker can't be rich. Where his chain at? That nigga ain't got no money. Where his chain at? Look at the shoes he wearing, bro. I got Jordans on. I know this nigga ain't rich. Look at my J's. Standing on preferences. Fuck you mean? Standing on preferences. Talking about cosmic P, cosmic preferences. That's what happened though when you drunk on metaphor. You is you within you and you and you and you and you all these guys. So you don't know the details, you food. Mufasa told Simba, don't go to the elephant graveyard. You are unprepared in ways you can't even understand. But Simba, he got his little roar, right? He got that roar, right? Okay, all right, little Simba. He go out there and everywhere he go, because he ain't been to the elephant graveyard yet. Everywhere he go, motherfuckers is bowing to him. Hello, Simba. Oh, your roar is amazing, young Simba. I can see your mane growing. It is lush and beautiful, Simba. That's what y'all like to hear. That's your preferences. We tapping in. You building. Go ahead, say some ridiculous shit. The cosmic neural melanin pathways are really what the 22 paths of the 32 paths are in the Kabbalah. You want to be able to say that, right? You couldn't say that with them other folk you call dead, right? You want to be able to say that. And not just that. This is what you want too. Check. Fire fact. Triple fire emoji. Triple 100. That's what you want. Standing on preferences. Because if a nigga like me walked up, said, hey, excuse me, that sounds like bullshit. Crumble. Can't handle it. See, the same veracity, I don't think veracity is a veracity. Hold on a second. It tastes like the word. I cheat, guys. I can taste words. It tastes like the words. Devotion to the truth. Power of conveying or perceiving truth, something true. The same veracity with which you will take those triple fires, triple 100s, check we tapping in. The same veracity you take that, you need to take the criticism that way. Check your pride, guys. Check your ego. Oh, we standing on principles. Oh, standing on peace sound like you're standing on pride and preferences, which is pathetic. Come on, guys. I know it's not easy. Audio choppy. Yeah, sorry. I don't even know what happened. 4.5 hours? Can't nobody do this unless they're reading somebody's book. Or the whole thing is filled with dead air. Guys, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's cutting in and out. Yeah, that means it's probably time for me to get the fuck on. Standing on P, guys. Hopefully, it's not preferences and pride. And you can't assume it is if you didn't check. Why can't you just see that I'm talking about principles? Because maybe you're not. And you would think your teacher would say, hey, man, you're not ready to teach yet. Nah, teacher gonna say, think about what your audience would need. Ooh, that's what you want to hear, right? I'm ready to have an audience, teacher. I got my metaphors in line. Let's read the book. I can't stand y'all, bro. Look, I'm about this motherfucker, y'all. Y'all have a great day, man.